Oh boy. Alright. Alright. You're right. I can speak again. It feels nice. Because, you know, obviously I love talking so much. Just talking your ears out the whole time and never shutting the fuck up. But it helps me code, like honestly, it does. Or at least I feel like it does. Maybe it doesn't. But you know, it feels like it does. Yeah. Last time what was I doing last time? Let's see. I remember. I did the whole system for one level to load into another and made sure that it works properly. That means loading all the stuff that the level requires, including reloading these little arrows, because you know they're different per level. Also, the system that keeps track of whether you'd set a new record or not. You know, all that stuff. Like, it just works, right? So today, what I should be doing then is... Well, let's see, I remember I made a little to-do list last time. So, Yeah, here it is. I need to do sets of levels. I'll probably do that last because it's the easiest part to do given that I already have all the systems working. I need to make a main menu, some sort of end to the game, some sort of cutscene or just at least a credits roll. And so place this is the home stretch. Yeah, that doesn't actually mean anything. Okay. So, I think that it's good if right now we should focus on the menu. I think that today we're going to be doing the menu and hopefully we can get to do a little bit more than that. I don't think there shouldn't be any reason why it presents a lot of complications. So I want to do like a little home menu, just when you start the game with buttons to quit out of the game and to start the game and to show all the levels, all that stuff. So that shouldn't be very difficult. Let's just do this. Currently, main menu. I want to take all these streams later on and put them as make a time lapse of them. So I figure that, and I wish I had done this from the beginning. It's gonna be nice to just know what I'm currently working on at any point, because you'll see in fast forward, you'll kind of know what it is that we're doing. It doesn't matter much, but you know. Okay, so a couple of things that I want. First of all, this graphic, it now kind of doesn't really flow with the rest of the stuff. Since everything else has this sort of jiggle movement to it, this mouse should too. It seems a little bit odd that it doesn't. The squiggles inside don't necessarily need that because they're gonna just appear and disappear very quickly. Just the fact that they do that already generates some motion for us. But the mouse should definitely squiggle, at least at the rate that this line does. So that's easy enough to do. Let's do that to begin with. Also, because I'm gonna be using this asset on the menu, so I want it to look nice. So here's where this asset is, and basically what I need to do is just make 4 copies of it, so that I can just wiggle it like that. Which is not difficult to do, right? So let's see. I need to find it in my folder. You're kidding me, I don't have this on a PDM format? Okay, that's fine. We can deal with that. Yeah, sure, open it. Just open it as a PNG. We're gonna edit it directly. Here it is. So I have this, right? So the graphic that I need to copy is this one. Let's give it a background so that I can see stuff a bit better. This. And then we are probably going to need to make this a little bit bigger. So... it might be better if I... No, let's just do it like this. Okay, so this one doesn't matter, it's just a guide. So let's actually just copy this and paste it like... okay. Let's just copy this and paste it like here once and here. Yeah, I'm gonna need to make the canvas a bit bigger. Okay. Image, canvas size, height of, let's see, it's 300, so let's make it 500. We can just erase the excess after. We have this. Right, and now we have enough space. So I want to take, and actually this shouldn't be on this layer, this should be on a different layer. Why? Because I want to draw over it. They have to be different sprites, otherwise they're not going to wiggle in the way that I want them to. So, what we do is, we make this layer semi-transparent. And then we can draw over it, but I need to make sure that the pen, the brush, is the size that I want it to. So, which should be like... Okay, so probably this is too big, so maybe 9? No, it's definitely 8 then. Yeah, it's 8, for sure. Okay. So now this is really easy, just need to copy the shape of the mouse, vaguely. Doesn't have to be perfect. In fact, it's kind of better that it isn't. So... as long as it's not like a lot bigger or a lot smaller, it works. That, then one more. Yeah, that works, that's fine. Then I need to make these inner lines, which are a lot thinner. They look 3 by 3, so probably... yeah, that works. And then same thing here. Okay. Then get rid of this layer. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. It's good enough. So we have this. I want to take this and now we save it as a PNG. It's gotta be called the same, so UI mouse there. Yep. Now, I'm expecting Unity to have messed some stuff up because I changed the size of the image. Yep, there it is. Okay, that's fine because it's an easy fix. So, yeah. The issue is that these have moved, or rather, it's taking distances from the bottom and not from the top. So I need to know exactly how much bigger it became. I think it was 300 to 500, which means that I'm only adding 200 pixels. So then I can just use that. The Y position we should add? Yeah, we should add 200 to it, so 401. No, that doesn't work. Why doesn't that work? Good question. Oh, because that was the... yeah. Okay. What's the size now then? It was definitely 300 and now it's 417, so I should add 117. So that's 117. No, that doesn't work. Okay, that's odd. Okay, so the position is this. So this is 136 and it becomes 182. 136 to 182. That is, yeah, it's 182 minus 136. Minus 136. That is... that is 7, carry the 1, 12 minus 6 is 6, 7 minus 3 is 4, 0, that's 46, yeah. So I just have to add 46 to each one. So plus 46, yeah, and they all line up perfectly. Okay, good. Plus 46, plus 46, plus 46, plus 46. I forgot that I'm not using that one. Plus 46, plus 46. And so we can eliminate this one, and now I need copies of this one. Can I copy one of these? Doesn't seem like it. Okay, that's fine. We can just create a new one and make sure that they have the same width and height. So 97, 159, 97, 159. Alright, okay. So they should take the width and height of the largest one. That should be it. So let's just make them, and then we'll see which proportions are the appropriate ones. Like this, and then we take another one like this. And like this. Okay, there you go. So which one has the largest width? 97, 96, 104, 90. Okay, so it's 104, 104, 104, 104. And which one has the largest height? 165, 159, 158, 156. It's 165. So 165. No. 165. And then 165. And then 165, and now I have to make sure that they're just about centered. So they don't have to be exactly centered, but I would like to get it close enough. So and this is the one that sets the width, so like that. That's good enough, right? So then you apply, and yeah, they're not all together now, but that's not really an issue. And then this mouse sprite, I have to go to the scene. Have to set the native size so that they don't deform in a way that I don't want it to, and then I have to give you that script that I've been using for pretty much everything. It's called script random sprite. No, it's UI random sprite. Yep, there you go. And here I'm telling you that I want 4 images, that the image component is this one, that the switch time, it should be the same as this one, right? So that is 0.5, and we make it this sprite, this sprite, this sprite, and this sprite. Now it should be like wiggling, right, along with the cable. Yeah, okay, so that works. So that's one graphic that I know that I'm going to be using in the main menu. Another one is just a play button and an exit button, right? And they could be made a word, but it's probably easier if I don't bother doing that. So let's do a new one. And let's do the same size of 8. We're going to delete the background, and for the play button we're going to do this. It has to be white. Like this, okay. And for the play button we're going to do this. Right? Just that. Just this means play, and so we want to have a couple of variations on this, so just to keep things equal, we're gonna do 100 by 100 pixels. That's gonna be the size of this icon. Yeah, So let's do these two colors. I always use, nope. This. And this. And then I can just come on. Like this. What does it say? For each sounds reasonable. Yeah. And then I'm just going to do this. And this, and that's what I want. Okay. 400, 600, that's what I want. Wait, 598? That doesn't quite make sense, does it? This is the 100 by 100, 100 by 100, 100 by 100, 100 by 99. Okay, let's not have that happen, please. Oh, I forgot to. Okay. There you go. That's better for audio. Okay. So then I have 100 by 100, 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 100 by 100. Yep, that's what I want. Okay. So the reason I'm doing this is because I want them all to have the same size, because that just makes doing the sprites a lot easier on the UI components. So the first row of these is just going to be a way for me to know the size, so I'm just going to keep that as it is. That one's just empty. Right? And these are going to be little play buttons. In fact, I don't like this one. The size is too different to the others and it doesn't really convey a lot like a play. There you go. I also want a quit button that should look like an X, probably. That's the easiest way I can think of it. So this one is a bit of a more complicated shape, so I'm going to copy it so that I can kind of trace it over the same way that I've been doing with the others, right? Then the other thing that I want is just a squiggle. I want there to be a squiggle graphic that is going to appear in the background of all of these buttons, just as a way to show that they're interactable. And it's also going to be the graphic for each of the levels. We're going to get to that later. So this squiggle should probably be This one should be pretty rough. So just like this. It's going to appear at a lower opacity most of the time, so it doesn't. This one doesn't matter so much if it loses its shape a little bit when I redraw it. It is important that it stay inside of the square, though, at the very least. Then another thing I want is to be able to have just this be colored in. So we're gonna do size 3 and we're gonna give it like colors. So we're gonna do like a darker green for the play button. Like this. We're gonna do a red for the quit button. The idea is that this look very hand-drawn, so this is exactly this sort of messy, kind of bad look is exactly what we want. Then, because I don't want to force these to be the same color every time, I'm going to take these and put them in a different one. Yeah. But they do have to fit within the exact same place within the box so that they're easier to place so that it matches up, right? We're gonna take this like that and we're gonna place them here. For now, this should be all that we need. So let's... Oh, and this should be white so that I can recolor them however I want. So actually, let's do that. There you go. Okay. And we're gonna take the first row of these and we're gonna transplant it to here just so that they serve as guides, size guide for the square of each of these sprites. So the idea is that I don't need to check what the pixel size of each of these because I can just check it with the squares. In any case, it doesn't matter much because I know that it's going to be 100 by 100, but you know, anything that I can do. I accidentally saved over this. That's not what I wanted to do. Save this. There you go. Okay. So now I want to save this. Save you as... I'm gonna save you in... I also need to come up with a name for this game so that I can draw a little logo or something. I can't think of something good, something snappy. So that's a bit of an issue. Yeah, so these are going to be called the image UI buttons, and then we're going to save it as a PNG as well. What would be a good name for this? I've been calling it Project Cogwheel, but that's just my internal name. Can't really think of something. Okay, so now I need to drag that into this folder here. So come in here, UI buttons. Yeah, there you go. And then the same thing as usual. These are multiple sprites, and they should not be filtered. And now we go to the sprite editor. Yes, do apply. And then I want to slice them, but I want to slice them by cell size because I know that they're 100 by 100 pixels each. Slice them and apply. You get this. Okay, so now we can actually get started on making the menu. The whole thing, I have all of these because I want to make them all into the inside of the scene, just because I find it easier to not have to load a bunch of stuff, right? To not have to do scene management, and it's not like these scenes are very complicated, anyways. So I could just delete the. So yeah, I'm trying to think of how would I handle this. I would have to. What would I have to do so that this doesn't load a level? I would have to do this, and then I would also have to keep the gameplay panels hidden, like that. Yeah. And then... Ooh, I got a nice idea. Okay, that's for later. That's for later. We're gonna worry about that later. So, now we have to... Right, so all of these panels are hidden, and they're only going to appear when the game actually loads. So what I want to check is how do I, like, will anything break if I make these, if I spawn these things when I need them? So what we're going to do is we're going to take this level and we're going to, during runtime, add this here, and then activate this. And does anything work? Does anything break, rather? Right, nothing does, which is good. That means that... What was that? L generator 56. Okay, that's a bit of an issue. When did that happen? Can you do this again? So yeah, I activate this panel. Right, that makes sense, but we're gonna make it so that that's impossible to happen. So we activate this panel and then create this field. Any errors? Okay, everything seems to have worked. Okay, so I just need to make sure that the... So actually I can make this easier, because that only errors because it's trying to send commands, right? So I can just make it so that can move is disabled, and then make sure to only enable once the field is already loaded. The other thing that I do want to test, just so that I can know, is if the background changes gradually or if it snaps back. Because I'm going to want to make that be gradual in the actual thing. So right there it looked pretty like a snap, but I don't know yet if that is actually what happened or if it's just that the scene lagged a little bit. So let's load the next level and see what it does. Fuck, I didn't pay attention. Okay. Oh, so there's the error. There's the error, actually. So the level generator is complaining because it's not finding something that it wants, which is in line 56. It's this, right? So it doesn't have the mouse input receiver instead. Okay, so that's easy to fix. I just need to make sure that the panels are activated, then the field is loaded, and then the panels are allowed to move. So then this is checked. I gotta remember that order for later, but right now it doesn't matter. So the color fades from one to the next. Okay, so that should be pretty much always the case, right? So the background is right, because they're doing that by accessing the camera, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. By accessing this. Actually, how are you accessing? How are you doing that? Okay, so it is just doing this all the time. So it's not, it's just that it takes a little bit of time to load the thing. Okay, then that's not a big deal. Then I just know that works. Okay, so we're starting from this. This is basically the thing empty. So we're gonna have a canvas here. There's going to be the main menu. Now, the thing that I want to do is I want to start with those two sidebars, but I want them to be full black to just have nothing on them for the time being, right? So that is only so that I don't have to think of a way to make them appear, and also because I think it's cool that the game seems like it's not going to use that space at the beginning, and then once you enter, it actually uses it for something. I do like that. So then we're going to copy that exact same proportion. So we're going to take all of these and we're going to copy them onto here. Onto here. And then let's disable you. Right. Okay, so now we get rid of everything that isn't what we want. So this event system. So what is this event system for? These are not things that I've made, so I'm just gonna leave them there. I think they are for allowing me to click on stuff. So this schedule panel. Oh man, that's a lot of useless shit. Okay, let's just remove everything that doesn't have to do with what I want. Okay, source non-sprite. Yep, this. And then this is gone, and this is gone, and this is gone, this is gone, and this is gone, and this is gone. Then for the input panel, this has the square, so I don't need the mouse input receiver, and I don't need the signal receiver. Not yet, I may need something like that later, but I'll see about that later. So we start with this, right? Just couldn't be simpler. We start with 2 bars in the background, and we're gonna have buttons. We're gonna need 2 buttons. So those buttons I'm going to construct from that. So we're gonna do UI. We're gonna do a button text mesh pro, but I'm going to actually take away the text. So like this. And then we're going to say this image is going to actually be you're bugging me. Get out. Okay. This image is actually going to be one of those sprites that I have made. So it's going to be this UI button, set to native size, and then to make sure that the size is the same as the other stuff, we're going to make it 3.8 here, which is kind of huge actually. Maybe you can have it divided by 2, 1.9. Yeah, sure. Well, this is the stuff that makes it work as a button, but right now what I want is I need that wiggle. So let's do that wiggle. We wanted to do script UI random sprite, and then we want to add those 4 sprites that I made. So this, with a switch time of, let's make it 0.1 and see how that looks. I may not want that, but for right now, actually, let's make it 0.5 and then make it 0.1 when the player is hovered over it. I think that'll be cool. Let's do that then. Then, so normal color should be just straight white. Highlighted color should be straight white as well. Pressed color, make it green. Selected color. Oh, selected color. That's something that we want to pay attention to, right? Because that's going to be when you're... Well, let me take it off. No, it doesn't matter. This is mouse and keyboard. Disabled color. I mean, I'm not going to disable it, so it doesn't matter. Fade duration. Yeah, like that. Navigation automatic. Sure. I don't really care. Okay. So let's see. How does this look? Did I forget to tell you what the component was? Yes, I did. Okay, there you go. Okay, so that works, and so what I want now is that if the mouse is hovered... So first of all, I want you to have your own child squiggles that are there for... We're gonna have a 2D object, UI, image, right? It's going to be just more of this. So take you add component, UI random sprite, give it this component, and then use these squiggles. So it's going to be 4. It's going to be the same time. It's going to be this sprite, this sprite, this sprite, and this sprite. And this one's going to be like... So like this sort of murky green, like this. And this should be under, actually, not over. How do I make that happen? Right, because the issue is that it's gonna be over when I do this, but I want you to be child so that they move together. Maybe I'll just live with it being over. No, I definitely want it to be under. Okay. So how do I make that? I guess I could just put it here and then make these two. Right. So let's make this filling. Let's make this outline. And actually, let's just... You're not a button. The button is going to be the parent that holds the both of you. So we're going to create a UI button. And this is going to be the play button. But I don't want you to have text, and I don't want you to have an image read. Actually, I do want you to have an image. We're going to worry about that later. And your image should be one of these squiggles, and they are going to be just more of the same thing, really. So random sprite, gonna give you the same 4 things. You're gonna have these thicker squiggles. And we have to make sure that these are scale 1 on all axes. 1, 1, 1, so that this one actually holds the scale for all of them. So it's going to be 1.9, like this. And so this play button is going to have this sprite, the native size, but it's going to be like a really faint color. So it's going to be like actually that color is going to depend on the background, isn't it? That's a bit of an issue. Yeah, I want it to be like the background color, but a bit darker, don't I? Well, how does this look? Just like this, right? Right. Because the idea is that this is going to be changing color. So like the normal color is going to be just fully transparent. It's not going to show. And it's only going to show when it's highlighted or when it's pressed or when it's selective. Okay, well, that's a good question. What's the difference between being selected and being highlighted? That works actually. That works perfect. Okay. So when it's pressed, but I want it to be a bit darker when it's pressed, like this, and then the highlighted color is just going to be full white. And don't bother with disabled color. And then we want to basically have the same thing happen for a quit button. Quit button. And those are going to be my 2 buttons. And this one's going to be like down here. And so this button is going to have the filling going to be these squiggles. It's going to be red, obviously, because that just makes more sense. But not so red. It's gotta be a gentler red. This. So really it's more like brick red, you know? And then the squiggles are going to be this, 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 and this. And then you have the outline that is going to be the one that fits those squiggles. So this, and the color there is white. It's only white, so that's fine. And then you get these 2 buttons. Now we're going to make it so that selected color is transparent so that it doesn't show any feedback when somebody just uses the arrow keys, because I don't want them to. This is supposed to be mouth only. So let's start. So you begin with these two buttons, right? And then I would have like the logo of the game or some icon over here, right? We can think of that later. Now we have to make sure that those two buttons do what they're supposed to do. Quit button is the easiest because all I wanted to do is just quit the game. Just really unceremoniously, there's not going to be like a transition. I just can't be bothered, right? So, how would I do that? Let's go to all trusted Google. Application quit. Application quit. Quits the player application, shut down the running application. The application quit call is ignored in the editor. If you want to use application quit when running Unity inside another application, refer to Unity's library. Therefore, it's not recommended to create your own way of shutting down with application quit to prevent inconsistent user experience between your application and these platform interfaces. Quits the player when the user hits escape. Okay. So I'm gonna have to write a script for this, which seems odd. It seems like I should be able to just do it from here, but whatever. We'll do the Unity song and dance, I guess. So scripts. Quit. That just quit. I mean, why not, right? So then, this is written like so. So yeah. That was for a different project. So yeah. When you are called application.quit, and that just be done, right? Oh, I'm still a bit sniffly. This doesn't feel nice. Waiting to compile. Pop, 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 pop. Import error code 4. Hey, that's unusual. You sure, man? Okay. I mean, if you say so. That error usually happens when I change something while Unity is trying to build, right? Try to compile. Boy, I don't know. Change. That is just to get Unity to compile again. I'm sure there's a button here that does that, but I don't know where it is, and that works. So. Oh, right, yeah, no, I can't reference it as a random thing. It has to be included in here, that he knows that they're available. There. There you go. Nothing happens, so if I click this, nothing happens also. That's odd. Button on click, runtime script quit. Script quit is not throwing an error. Show me a debug line. All right, and then okay, so it is printing the debug line. So this is not doing what I'm expecting it to do, and I need to know why. I do seem to remember the actual code being looking different than this, than just application quit. Last time that I did this. So don't know what that's about. Exit code to return multiplayer application terminal. So Windows defaults to 0. It's ignoring the editor. Huh. Isn't there one that does something similar? Okay, let's check the scripts from my other projects, because I know that I did this in a way that is nicer. I don't think that this wouldn't work, but I want to be sure. So I want to use something that I know that I've used before, right? So let's go. It's a good thing that I keep the scripts for all my previous projects just on hand. Checkpoint system, control helper, controls player, damageable, datos salto, delta post, disparar, emergencia, evento no activar, eventos animación, evento tiempo, evento tocar tag, crowd checker, grupo enemigos, evitar disparo, HP system, cielos random, kill on enable, librería de sonidos, listar pistas, manager cámara, manejo de secuencias, mantener orientación, move continuously. Munition player activator, place on the cloud, running the disparo piece of projectile, quit it. Oh, what? Really? Okay, well, I know it worked then, so it's gonna work now. It's just that it won't quit of the editor, because the editor, you know, the editor works differently, right? Okay, let's just go forth with the assumption that this works. So then, what we actually need to do is check this play button. Actually, okay, so I have an idea, but before I explain it, I'm going to take a bathroom break. So Back. Okay, so I'm thinking maybe I don't want this to quit quite so quickly, because I'm thinking that I like the idea of presenting the player with visual elements that they're going to be using, they're going to be shown during the game at these early just sort of menu stages. I think that that's a good idea, right? So I'm thinking that it's probably good if I present the player with this little square, the little yellow one. So the best way that I can think of doing that is that this thing is the one that's in charge of just executing the actions that you put into it. So I think that I can probably put it here in the corner and have the buttons head to it, disappear in a puff of smoke, and then do what they're supposed to do. So I will do that. It shouldn't be too difficult, right? So we have this. First of all, I want to find the right one. Yep, this one. Image. I'm going to be putting it here. Then I want this image to be, I want it to be right here, because I want it to head to that spot after the game begins. It's gonna be just sitting here in the corner. Square. I'm gonna call it square, just for the sake of ease. I also, I already did it. Okay, good. So, rather than having this button immediately quit when it is clicked, we're going to have that be an event. So first of all, we're going to have to put a little sequence here. This is going to be a simple sequence. We're going to, yeah. This is going to be the quit sequence. Quit game. We're going to call it quit game. This is going to have a playable director, timeline asset that's going to be called quit game timeline, like this. And we're going to trigger this one. So do not play on awake. And we're going to have this quit button. When it is clicked, it is going to quit game. I would also like you to play, yeah. But I would also like you to disable the other button, because I don't want the player to be clicking the other button after they've clicked the quit button. That's not very nice. So play button, button. Select, set message, stop routine, cancel, invoke, set graphic. Full enabled, image, full interactable, string name. Full enabled, just disable the button, right? Because if you disable the button component, then the button is just not going to react to anything, is it? So it's not going to, it's going to still be there. What's going on? I'm making games. That's what I do. Hello, welcome. So if I click this, now the other button just doesn't react to anything. Yeah, okay. So then, after that happened, I don't know why it showed the graphic there though. Like this one. Oh, I know why. Yeah. Well, disable the image then. Disable the image then as well. Damn, 4K GTA 6 found footage. Yeah, man. Best game ever. That's what I'm making. Actually, no, that wouldn't be GTA 6, would it? Burn. I don't even know if GTA 6 is any good, actually, so I probably shouldn't talk. Let's see, what else am I doing? Oh shit, I lost it. Here it is. Okay, so I want to disable the button. I also want to disable the graphic for the button. Because, you know, so that it doesn't show that. So bool enabled, just disable it. Right, so then I click this. No, you didn't disable it. Did I disable the wrong thing? Button. Yeah, I disabled the button twice. I want to disable the... Wow, that's a lot of shit. Okay, image enabled. Enabled. There it is. Yeah, okay. And then that played this sequence, but this sequence doesn't have anything yet, so now we just have to make it do the thing that we want it to do. So the first thing that should happen is this thing should be animated to move over that square, and then it should disappear in the same way that the arrows do during the gameplay. So we can start with the moving the arrow to that place. That's not difficult. But except actually, it's probably easier. Yeah, it's probably easier to just activate a script, because that's the movement that I want anyways. I want the movement to look like everything else, and everything else happens through script. So I shouldn't do it with animations. So let's just have that script. So the script that I want is the one that makes it so that an object heads to a certain location with a lerp, which I think is the world positioner. And the world position that you desire should be exactly the position of this square. So make you yeah, make you this and make you this, right? Yes. And disable it so that it doesn't try to head that way immediately. And so the idea is that when I enable that game object, that script is going to immediately head to that position, which is what I want. So enable it. Yes, but that was way too quick. What the fuck happened? Well, this should be 20. Yes, but actually, isn't 1,000 minus 1,326? Isn't that a bit extreme? Well, what's the deal with that? Oh, yeah, it's because they should be using the same coordinate system. Okay, let's take it from the bottom. Just the bottom of the screen. Just that's the relative position that we're both going to be working on. Yeah, that's better. Okay, so then this square is at minus 366, 20. Minus 366, 20. Does it even work that way? Fucking rect transforms are weird. It does not work that way. Okay. So, what's your actual real position? Can I please know that? Is it gonna be to begin with? If those two are working for that, then this one should too. I can probably see it if I copy the position, and then paste the position here. Oh no, you just copied it as weird thing. Okay, that's fine. This has what I want. It's if I could see it. Minus 366, minus 520. So minus 366, minus 520. And that should just sort of give me the position that I want. If I enable this, yeah, it just heads to a random ass position. Okay. Why isn't your position the one that I actually want? Open? What is this? There, no, this is the local position. I want the global position. The local position is the global position plus, okay. Yeah, that makes sense, doesn't it? Okay, so it's minus 360 minus 520. So minus 360 minus 520. And I want to add to it 960 and 540. So plus 960 plus 540. That gives me those numbers. Which still doesn't seem right. Oh, you fucking asshole. You're so close. Come on. What if I just make you head there manually? Just like this. And just write that down. So it's 516 and 92. 516, 92. We're just gonna screenshot that. And I'm gonna fucking paste it somewhere so that I don't forget. Yeah, right here. Just new one. There you go. So this is the position of that square. That's just whatever. And okay, so having the position of that square. So 516 and what was it? 516 and 92. So now the idea is that when this is enabled, this is going to head there. Let's actually forget about these two. I think that if I'm going to handle the stuff from the sequences, then I probably want to handle the deactivating on that from there too. So when you click the button, first thing that should happen is that we're gonna need a new thing. We're gonna need a new thing, I'm realizing. We're gonna need a new thing that spawns little we're gonna need a new thing that spawns little little puffs, right? So we're gonna add this just because that's just because that's easier. So we're gonna need we have a puff spanner. I'm pretty sure. A B C D F. Okay, yeah. What position will be timer when collected? Random spread, spawn random puffs. No, but these is random ones. Yeah, I want a thing that's called a puff spawner. We're gonna make that. Square. Square is going to be in charge. No, I shouldn't do that. I should have my own empty object that is in charge of doing that. That's probably the better way. So I want this puff spawner, and the only objective that this thing is going to have is that it's going to be given a position, and it's going to spawn a cloud of puffs right there, right? Oh, hold on, can I? Yeah, it's gonna spawn them right where it is. So right here. And actually, this shouldn't be this. It should be a rect transform. So this is going to be the pop spawner. Left panel. Right panel, just to make sure that they are named appropriately. So we're going to have this puff spawner. Actually, we should have different puff spawners for each. Yeah, we should have different ones for each position, and that way I don't have to give them the position. They'll just spawn them where they are. Okay, so add a component. It's going to be spawn random puffs works actually. Right, this is so that I can have this not set, and if I have it not set, it won't error, it'll just always pass, right? So, because what I can do, right, what I can do is why did I click the X? Okay, so what I can do, right, and the reason why I'm allowed to use random puffs is because if I make the minimum and maximum position just its position, and then I also make yeah, and then I also make for starters, yeah, and then I also make the number of puffs spawned 1, then that is equivalent to not spawning random puffs, but just spawning 1 puff in the place where you're supposed to be. So this should be minus 440, minus 440, and this should be minus 440, minus 440. That's a bit suspect, isn't it? That's not the position of this at all, is it? Okay, we're gonna spawn 1, and the object that we're going to spawn is just those puffs. So these little clouds, right? I've been calling them puffs. These, and then let's give this a function so that I can just spawn them on command without having to call them from somewhere else, just to make it easier for me. So Right? And then right, then let's check if this works. Spawn. Yes, but that was way too quick. What the fuck happened there? Spawn. What? That was way too quick. Did these prefabs get changed along the way somewhere? Okay, hold on. Let me double check something. No, they do. They do happen with the number that they should. So with the time that they should, it's not that short. So why do they just kind of disappear? Content then maybe. Nope, that's just as quick. What the hell's going on? It works in the other place. What if I just... Yeah, they don't go that quick here, but for some reason they do here. When do you spawn them? Are you destroying them after you spawn them? Spawn one here, and spawn one here. Okay, but for some reason if I execute it in slow motion, they last the same amount of time. But if I execute it from here, it's when it dies. That's when it dies for some reason. Don't get it. Don't get it. That shouldn't make a difference. What's going on then? It is the same prefab. Okay. Do I just have it not set correctly? What the hell? That doesn't make any sense. Okay, so if I pause the game, then spawn the puffs, then they do it normally. But if I don't have it paused and then I spawn it... Does the game try to catch up? in delta time when I click here. That's the only thing I could think of. If that's the case, then it's not really a problem, because it's just going to solve itself when I'm not calling it from clicking here, but rather from where I should be calling it. So I guess it's not going to be a problem. I hope it's not going to be a problem. So then, we are going to take, so now we do that next level thing. Now we take this, when you click the quit button, it's going to play this quit sequence, and this quit sequence is going to consist of a couple things. First, we want to spawn a puff on top of the green, on top of the play button, and that is going to be just a cloud that is going to make that disappear, right? So we can just do that. We can actually, let's just make a different puff spawner. Puff spawner play. It's going to be like right inside of the play button, because that way it's going to, everything is going to show up on top. So you're going to be positioned on top of the play button, so right here. You're going to have, if this one works with 440, 440, then this one's going to work from 0 minus 117, 0 minus 117, 0 minus 117. You're going to be positioned here, and everything else is just the same. So let's see if that works, and by works I mean if it spawns it in the place that it should. Kinda not really. Okay, is it 0, 0 then? Yes, why are they so big though? Let's just not put it inside. Let's just put it outside and see if that makes the size. Yeah, okay, so they have to be outside. So, yeah, lesson learned. Here. And this is going to be 0 minus 17, number 1, yep, like that. Yeah, exactly where I want them to be. Okay. So, you are going to have a signal receiver. And the signal receiver is going to, when we send the signal trigger, you're going to spawn the thing that I'm telling you to spawn. So you're going to do this, and you're going to call spawn. That easy, right? And so the idea is then from the sequence, I can send the signal to that receiver. So signal track, the receiver is this. Emit the signal, and emit the signal that says trigger. And so now, when I click the X button, it should spawn a little puff right there. Yeah, okay. We probably wanted to spawn more than one. So let's make it spawn 5. And it's going to be in a bit of a range, so minus, let's say, 20, minus 20, plus 20, plus 20. Yeah, and so the idea is, hold on, that didn't quite work, did it? Didn't feel like it worked. Nah, it works fine enough. Okay, so as that happens, we are going to also take that play button and we're going to disable it. So play button, and then just completely disabled. Sequence starts, play button is disabled, right? So, power smoke, play button, gone. Right. And as that happens, the quit button is going to also receive a signal, and that signal is going to tell it to activate this script. So, trigger, activate this script, enabled, and that's going to make it head to this position. Right, I forgot to give it that signal. So then create another signal track, and this is going to be for sending signals to the quit button. And we're going to add a signal emitter. It's going to say, hey, trigger, right? Then after it heads there, which should take like 1 second, we're going to send a signal to the different puff spawner. Puff spawner of the box. And this is going to be... Yeah, so this needs to also have a signal receiver that's going to just say trigger. When you receive the signal trigger, you're going to do the same thing as the other puffs, so just spawn the things that I've told you to spawn, right? And so that's going to take like a second, so we're going to put that here with another signal track. It's going to be for this puff spawner, the box one. Signal emitter, that's just a trigger. And then also we're going to add another activation track, because when that happens, the quit button should also disappear. So right there, it's active until that happens, and then it's not anymore. When that happens, we should allow, say, half a second and quit the game. Which means that the thing that should have the quit script shouldn't be you, actually. Just, it shouldn't be. It should be you. Script, quit, and also signal receiver, so that I can send the signal from the timeline. So when you receive the signal trigger, you are going to quit the game just completely. Quit. And so we're going to send that signal. Here. This is not a signal track, because for signals that are sent to the same game object that is holding the timeline, you can just do it right there. So trigger, and that's going to quit the game. That should be all that we need. You press the quit button. Okay, that's a bit too long. This should probably be half a second shorter. So like this. It's a really quick sequence, right? So you're here, you press this, and the game quits. So what are you saying? Index or out of bounds of the array. What? What does that even mean? That's not a script that I wrote. So that works, and then it should also quit the game, but like obviously we can't see that because that doesn't work on the editor. Right, so that's that sequence done. We're gonna need a similar one that is for advancing the game forward. So what that is going to be is we're going to create a new empty, and this is going to be play button. And so when the play button is pressed, this sequence is going to be triggered. So same as before, play button timeline right there. And when the play button is pressed, the one thing that it is going to do is trigger that timeline. So director, play. And so the way that this should work is pretty much the same as that quit button. So it should make that quit button disappear and then spawn a bunch of shit that is going to be the next menu, basically. So yeah. So then I want to play button. I want to take yeah. So the first thing that should happen is that this play button should have. Actually, let's take it in the same order. First, we'll deal with the quit button. So the quit button should have its own pop spawner. It should be like around here. It should work pretty much the same way, but instead of being in this position, it should be in minus 376. Should it? Yeah. Minus 376. Minus 376, but the maximum is plus 20. Minus 376. Plus 20. Oh, okay, well, whatever, that works. So we have that spawner, so you should spawn that and then remove the quit button. So same as this, right? Add a signal track for that quit button puff spawner, emit the signal trigger to it, and then add an activation track for the quit button purely to tell it that it's not to be activated, right? Then we are going to need to get that play button to head to that same position. So we're going to need this world positioner script. Component, play button, script world positioner, and paste all the values. And then we're also going to need a signal receiver so that we can tell that that component to activate, right? So signal receiver, and when you receive the trigger, you are going to activate that world positioner component. So enable it. Enable it, yes, like this. And that's going to make it so that it heads where it's supposed to head. So then we send that signal. Play button, emit signal, trigger. Right? So then it's going to head there. After half a second, I think we had another one? Yes, half a second. After half a second, the play button must become invisible, so we have to deactivate it. Activation track for the play button, and it must stop being active right then, and at that same time we send a signal to spawn those same puffs. Since they are the same ones, we don't need to copy the object. So signal track, the puff spawner for the box, trigger. Right here. And so when I click the play button, it should have the effect that I want. It should be the same as the quit button. Right. Don't play in awake. Right. So what's the issue with you? I have no idea what those errors are, but they seem to not happen when yeah, what the fuck? What are these errors? Index out of range. Index was outside the bounds of the array. Okay, let's maybe Google will know. Yeah, just trying to Google the error. Because the issue is that this is one of Unity's classes, right? So it's not my error. Yeah, index out of range of the exception. Index was outside of the bounds of the array. I find that that's a very generic error. So, like, how could I possibly know what is causing it? Like this shit, and it's on line 518, and this is Unity's stuff, right? So it's not something I really get to fix. I mean, I could, but that wouldn't be a really good solution. Just because I'm putting my hand in places where I shouldn't be. But just to check, what is 516? Was it 516? 518. So it's this. Protect the override void on enable. So when things are enabled, it's... Yep, I don't understand any of it. Okay. There's no causing errors in the game, right? So, as worrying as it is, I'm going to just let it slide. I'm going to hit save though very, very obsessively from this point on, just in case, right? Okay, so we have the sequence that happens when I click the play button. Which is just this, right? The play button is not disappearing, but that's because the timeline actually ends here. So it's going like, oh, the last frame of the thing was active, so we don't need to deactivate it, right? So yeah, so what I need to do is really just put this one frame back, and it should stay off, I think. But even if I don't, I want to make that longer, so then it's going to be fixed then. I want to make the sequence needs to be a bit longer. There's other stuff that needs to happen, right? Yeah, like that. So, having that, we are going to have a... we're going to need to have a menu after this. That's going to be like sort of a level select. This menu... Well, first of all, it should have a back button, right? Shouldn't it? So... Oh, how do I make a back button? I guess I could just make it the play button, but a different color. I'm facing the opposite way, right? Actually, let's Google that, right? Just pictographically, what do people make of back buttons? Back button symbol. What do those usually look like? Right, it's usually just an arrow to the left. Usually like a bit curvy, just like to represent the fact that you're doing a U-turn, right? So let's just copy one of these. So first of all, we're going to need to do it on this so that they're the same style and size as those other ones. We're going to need to change the canvas size. We're going to need 2 more spaces. So that's going to be 200 pixels. So 7, 6, 7, 800. Like that. With this. Actually, rather than changing it here, don't save. Change it from the PDN file that I have, because that one has all the layers and that's easier to work with. So that is here. Open. So yeah, same thing. Canvas size, height 800, and then we can start drawing. So like, first of all, we're going to take these squares and we're going to copy them. Right there. Then we're going to try to copy the width of these things. So like too small still, just 8, right? And then this is just going to be like a little sushi arrow. Actually, I don't want it to have that much of a presence. I don't want it to seem like I'm encouraging you to click it, so it's going to be just like this. Let's copy it so that I can maintain the shape a bit better. So we're going to paste it in a new layer. I'm going to paste it here. Here. And here. And then I'm going to just make this semi-transparent, and then we're going to draw over them. This technique that I've been using so often lately. That's a way to jank. There you go. That looks like a back arrow to me. I'm going to delete this bit of it though, because I just arbitrarily decided I don't like it. There you go. It turns out I didn't actually need the other thing, but that's fine. So this, we're going to save it. We're going to also save it as a PNG. And then we copy that one onto Unity. Yes, do flatten it, thank you. And then we're gonna take this and go to the Unity folder, and we're gonna just paste it there. So the Unity folder is in right here. This is the one. So open this folder, show me in the Explorer, and then take this UI buttons, copy them, paste them in that folder. That's not the folder. This is the folder. Just do replace it. Okay. So then we're gonna have to export that thing again to, yeah, we're gonna have to edit those sprites again. So it's this. It's in the sprite edit. I don't need this anymore. Close it. And we're going to do slice by cell size, which are 100 by 100. Slice. Apply. And that should return us to just the right ones. Okay. And now we have these arrows that are available to us, right? These 4. So the idea is we're going to have another button that is going to be pretty much the same as these play buttons and whatever. And they are going to be there. So this is going to be the back button. I'm going to place it here. I'm going to change its... This image in the background is fine. But these two images, the filling doesn't exist because it's just an outline, and that outline is going to be this picture. The random sprites are going to be this one, this one, this one, and this one. And this references to yourself. Yes, yes, okay. And then this is our back button that is going to be in the same position as the X button, right? And so, did I just move the outline? Yes, I did. I just moved the outline and not the other thing. I'm gonna move both of them together. So you go right here. So you start your life offline. When you press the button, you're not going to do this sequence. We're going to decide what sequence you do later. You do need a signal receiver though, because you do need to position yourself at this box when you are clicked, and you do need the world positioner for that as well. So everything else can stay. You start your life invisible though, and you're going to become visible when I make you visible. So when you press the play button, after everything disappears, I'm going to wait a little bit. Yeah, like we're gonna. No, not a whole second. We're going to. Yeah, we're going to activate this back button at that point, and we're going to send the puff spawner box. But yeah, the puff spawner for the box. No, we want the quit button puff spawner. So we gotta add another signal track. And this is the position of the quit button, right? But it's not actually attached to the quit button, so it's going to be in this position, right? And we add a signal emitter, and we're going to tell it to trigger again. And that's going to make it so that it appears, right? It appears with a little pop, and it's there, right? So let's see if that works. Press the play button. Yeah, okay, that works. Maybe I could push it a little bit forward and make it a little bit less joined. Just like give it a little bit of time to breathe, I guess. Right, and then when you press this, it's going to just, you know, send you back to the other menu, so it's going to do the same thing. It is going to go back here, oof, and then do the thing. So let's handle that, right? Let's handle that. Let's just do quit game, play button, back button, back button, right? How did I copy it? No, I shouldn't have copied it. That's not what I wanted. I want a new game object, an empty one. This is the back button one, the back button sequence. And you know, it's very similar to the other ones, so it's just going to be... Also, this should like end after one frame, just so that we don't have a sequence running just more time than we need to. We need it to be. And right, so this back button appears. This has its own timeline asset. It's just going to be back button playable timeline right here. And then the back button. When the back button is pressed, it starts that sequence. Playable director, play, right? Then this sequence is not playing on a wait. So the first thing that is going to happen is that this thing is going to head, that button is going to head to that little square. So same as before, signal track, back button. Yes, I know it's not enabled, but it's fine. Add a signal emitter, it's going to say triggered, and it's going to head to that square. Then, after a total time of 30, that should be half a second, right? It is going to disappear with a puff of smoke that is going to be on that box. So after you reach the 30 mark, it is going to disappear. So set active activation track of this same back button, set it to no, and then create a puff of smoke, add to the box, which is this with the puff spawner for the box, new signal emitter, and tell it to trigger. Then you should spawn the other two boxes. Yeah, you should spawn the other two boxes with... Yeah, just enable them. We're gonna say just enable them, right? So activation track, and spawn the play button and the quit button. Just like that. There you go, they're active now. And so we are also going to have a thing with each of these buttons, because what I'm predicting that is going to happen is that they're going to still have the thing that makes them head here activated, which I don't want, right? That's gonna be my guess. Right. So... Oh, they did it? What? They didn't. No, it did. Okay, so if I try to move it, it's going to try to head back, probably. Like... Yeah, so it's just constantly trying to head back, right? Which is not what I want. So I have to make sure that when I activate this button, it doesn't have, it has this disabled again, right? So we're going to have a script that is just going to be things on enable, right? Basically. And so it's going to be, whenever this thing is enabled, I want you to do a couple of things, and one of those things is going to be disabling that. So position and whatever, right? So scripts, let's create that script. So we're going to create that script. It's going to be script enable state, so the state that I want you to be when you're enabled. And this is going to have just a public array of components which are going to be enabled on start enabled, start enabled, a number of components that are going to be start disabled, so so we're going to have a position, so no, we're going to just make it a bool. If we need a specific position for later, we can have that, but bool, a reset position, just public bool reset position. So if that bool is true, then we're going to reset the position when you're enabled. So the first time you try to update, you're going to set the position, vector 3, we're going to create a vector 3. And this is going to be the position to reset to, so this is whether there is a whether you reset the position, and this is the position to reset into, so initial position. So when you start, the first thing you're going to do is you're going to record your current position as that initial position. So initial position equals transform point position, and then on enable void. It was on enable. I think on enable was the name of the function. Let me look that up. Unity on enable. Yep, okay, that's fine. So then, for each component pump in start enabled, pump point enabled equals true, and then the same for the other one. So let's just write it in line since it's just incredibly short and simple. Start disabled, comp enabled equals false. Just make this code look a bit nicer. Like that. And then if we have been set to reset position, then transform point position equals the initial position. And this allows me to just have a component save things that I want this component to have each time it's enabled. And so I don't need to enable those things manually every time. I just need to enable the component, and the script will take care of that. Start enable does not exist in the current context. That is 17. Line 17, where is that? Yeah, because it's called start enabled. Dingus. Component does not contain it. Really? I thought it was okay. Just sprite render. Sprite renderer inherits from renderer implemented in core module. Render inherits from component. Component has a property called Instantiation, those are methods. To string get instance type flags name, try get components and message, transform tag game object. Wait, what, really? So then where does it... No, there is an enable. I know that there is. Enabled. Enabled. Yeah, makes the render 3D object visible if enabled. What? No, but this is from the renderer class. But what about things that don't render? They also still have enable. So it's gotta be a mono behavior thing. Mono behavior. Mono behavior is a base class that many Unity scripts derive from. Lifecycle functions that make it easier to develop with Unity. Awake, fixed update, no, those are messages. I want properties enabled. Okay, just whatever. Let's just make it mono behavior. Mono behavior. Then here, mono behavior. Crazy though. Why is the renderer one different? Like, why don't they inherit from the same thing? Our reset position does not exist in the current context. Yeah, I know. I wrote it wrong. Where is it? Wait, really was? Oh, because I wrote it wrong. I wrote reset posting. Okay. Now it should compile. Right. Okay, so now these things are going to need to have that component. So script enable state, I think? Enable state, yes. So I need your position reset, and when you begin, I need this thing to always be disabled. I need the same for the quit button, so script enable state. Your position needs to be reset, and the world positioner needs to always be disabled. All the other stuff I don't touch, so it doesn't matter if I don't tell them explicitly to be enabled, because they're never going to be disabled. There's no reason for that to happen. If that ever happens, I can change it then. It's not a big deal. So enable state, use same thing, world positioner, stable. That should do it, right? So I click here. Okay, that was... There's supposed to be some smoothing on that motion. I'm going to assume that that was just lag. Yeah, that was just lag. Okay, you are not being reset there, but do you have that thing enabled though? No, you still have it enabled, which you shouldn't. So did you not run that code? Void on enable. Is it even called on enable? No, it's not. It's called on enable with uppercase. So of course it's never going to run. It's just a function. As far as the Unity is concerned, that's just a function that I made up. What? Okay, I think I know what happened. Yeah, I think I know what happened. Okay. If I'm right, that should fix it. Yep, that works. That works. Okay. So yeah, the issue was that it was trying to reset the position before it had actually recorded the position that it should reset at. So that meant that it was trying to reset to an empty vector, which is just 0. So that's the lower left corner of the canvas. Right. Okay. So we have that done. So that back button works. Actually, do the buttons reset? Are the buttons still functional when they reappear? I should check that too, just to be sure. I don't see any reason why they shouldn't be, but you know. Yep, and then the game quits. And then here. The thing is that they're not appearing with their puffs of smoke, so we gotta fix that. But they're functional, they work. You can go through the menus in the way that you should. This is just a thing that I forgot to do. I need to add 2 signal tracks and then one of them for each puff spawner. So the one for the play button and the one for the quit button. And then each of these should receive a signal for the trigger, give a signal for the trigger. And that should make it so that they appear with a puff of smoke. And that just makes it prettier. Yep, there you go. So, here comes the tricky part. That secondary menu, right, this one, should have all the levels on display here. So I'm just kind of thinking, how would I go about doing that? See, the thing that I want is to have a squiggle, right? Just one of these. Oh, not that. To have one of these sort of squiggles, right? These sort of scratches. And just have each one of those with a square surrounding it, and each one of those represents a level. And each one of those is going to have, right? And you click them, and they take you to the level. I want that to happen programmatically, though. I want the game, because I think I could manage it, I want the game to look at the first level, and then look at the next level, because they are indexed. The next level is indexed in each level, right? Each level has a reference to the level that comes next. So I can just have a script that I give it the first level, and then it checks that level's next level and that level's next level until it finds the last one, and then prints all of those on screen and gives each of them a different button. The problem is mostly fitting that on the screen, right? Making sure that it always fits. But I think I could probably oh wait, no, there's a component that does exactly that, that you just throw a bunch of stuff in it and it figures it out how to make it fit. It'll resize them if you let it, right? So then it won't matter whether I have 100. Well, if I have 1,000 levels, that'll probably be too small to click, right? But I'm not going to make 1,000 levels, so that's not really an issue. And then, yeah, it's going to make 100 little buttons, so I can just make a button, instantiate all of those within that component that can do that, and then it's going to reposition them all in a way that makes sense. And I can just give them a number so that, you know, they show nice, but that's whatever. Yeah, I'm going to do that. But I'm going to do that after I take another bathroom break, so... Yep, here it is. Oh wow, they're really off sync. There you go, that's in sync. Why do I care so much about that? Okay, be back. Back. Yeah, okay, microphone sound. Okay. So I was thinking about it while I was in the bathroom, and I think that I know I can do it, but I'm gonna need a certain couple of things to be possible before I can say that for sure. I need to be able to get components, to use the get component function for an item, for a game object that doesn't exist yet. That is, one that is still a prefab. So we're gonna have to check for that. We are going to have a empty game object that is going to be the level button spawner. Button spawner, right? And we are going to need to have a button within it. And this button is going to be button here. And this button is going to be the prototypical button. So this is going to become a prefab, and this is going to be the button where we're going to change a couple of variables and make it into a button that we actually want to spawn, want to show. So first of all, you are going to need some text this time. So this component gets to stay. The font asset is going to be my comic SDF, but I'm going to make it just size bigger. But first we have to check out what the graphic that we want is going to be. So it's going to be pretty much the same as the other buttons, so I'm just going to take this, the component here. I'm going to yeah, we're going to paste it here. This component values like that. But the image is going to be that squiggle that we mentioned before. So it's going to be script, random UI, random sprite, and then we just do the usual thing. So just create that wiggle effect. Resources here, and create that wiggle effect. So it's going to be you. It's going to be more sprites, this image component, that button, that button, that button, and that button, and set native size. And we're going to set it to 1.9 so that it's just kind of the same size as the other stuff. Set native size there. And then this text SMF, we're gonna make you... Yeah, bolt doesn't quite work, does it? Well, we could make it just larger. Remove the bold and make it larger. I mean, because this is going to have numbers, right? So, it's going to be like this. Let's make it 43. The idea is that visibly we could fit 4, which is more than we'll ever need, right? So we're going to call this 0, just to denote that this is a sample, really. And we're also going to just disable that gizmo, because who the fuck thought that it was a good idea to have a text mesh pro there? Just square there, right in the middle of your text. I'm sure that's a great idea. Oh, it doesn't disable! That's fucking amazing. That's great! I love that! Okay, we're gonna have to deal with that then. Can I just disable that icon? Oh, yes? Oh, the gizmo is a different thing from the icon. Okay, well, let's disable the icon. That explains so much, actually. Okay, so we have this. We have this. So the idea is that we can change this color to be the color corresponding to the level, and same with the text, the vertex, this, right? So, first of all, let's check that it's animating properly. I've done this so many times that I don't really think I need to check, but, you know, it doesn't help to be overly cautious. It doesn't hurt to be overly cautious. Right, see, that's why I am cautious, because sometimes you forget to set this variable to 0.5. Right, so then you have this level button, and this is going to become our prefab, but yeah, we need to make sure that we can use it to spawn the levels as we want first before we make it a prefab. So it's going to need a level spawner thing. So we're going to have a thing here, a script that is going to be the level spawner. Script level spawner, right? And really all it's going to do is do the same thing that the level generator already does. So it's going to have a level spawner. It's going to just spawn it wherever, right? Because the level generator itself knows what to do when it is spawned in order to have everything show up the way that it should. Or at least that's it in theory. So, level generator, we can have level spawner. Oh, I forgot to... I should really get another music track so that I can play on stream, because I'm sure that this gets tiring to... like after a couple of hours. It's not to me, right? But I'm used to it. Actually, the thing that I used to program with was a lot more annoying, you wouldn't believe. So I'm sparing you that. But somehow the annoyingness of it actually helped me. I feel like it helped me, honestly. Okay, so level generator. Level generator. Level generator. Level generator. My accent doesn't like that sequence of words. I find it difficult to pronounce. I feel it's awkward every time. Level generator. Level generator. Okay, level generator. So what do you do when you load the next level, right? Add object, load level. This is literally all you do. You instantiate the object in wherever, at wherever. You make sure that the transform is the parent, though. Okay, what's the parent here? Because it should be just anything, right? So actually it doesn't matter. What's the default parent when you instantiate? It's just nothing, right? It's just top of the hierarchy, isn't it? If it is, that makes it easier for me. Parent that will be assigned to the game object. Parent. When you assign a parent object, pass through to the position of the new object directly in world space. As false as the object's position relative to its new parent. By default, the parent of the new object will be null. It is not a sibling of the original. Okay, That's fine. That's good then. So then what we can do is just copy this. So we can just have this level spawner, and what it's going to do is it's going to have a public reference to the level to spawn. So public game object level to spawn, and then when you trigger, no, let's not spawn level, let's call it spawn level. Spawn level, when you're told to spawn the level, then what you do, you just spawn the level, and you make the parent just nothing. Right? So that's that. So now, I'll wait for it to compile. I forgot a semicolon somewhere, apparently. Yep, right here. That's not a semicolon. This is. I'm using the other keyboard. There you go. Okay, so now. Right, because I gave it a different name. Why is it that when I raise my eyebrows, the face tracking immediately doesn't know where the fuck I'm looking? Like, look. If I raise them, right, they immediately go to the default position, which is this, right? So that's odd. Oh, there's just no picking up. Yeah, this face tracking is not amazing. It's probably just because I'm using the computer's, the laptop's webcam. If I had to guess, that would be why. Okay, so now this button, right here, this one, is going to have that script. Just spawns a level. Script level spawner. It actually just spawns a game object, but you know. Then I'm going to give it prefabs the first level, the test level. So level button spawner. Yeah, it's right here. I'm gonna give it that field, right? Then I am going to say that the button, when it is pressed, I want it to spawn that level. Spawn that level, spawn that level, spawn that level. Did I not make it public? I think I didn't make it public. Yep, it's not public. Make it public. Okay, so then, yeah, there you go. So now, take that level spawner, spawn the level. We are not going to bother about deleting everything else for now, right? But when it happens, we'll make it happen. Right. So when we click this, sorry, what? Why do you think I'm hovering over you? I'm hovering over this other guy. You don't exist. You barely exist. Oh, I know why. I know why. It's because this button, the button has the target graphic is not the one that it should be. It's this one. Yeah, there you go. So when I press it, you spawn the level. Okay, that's good. That's good. There are other things that need to happen, but that bit works, right? And that is why it's throwing errors. Is because it didn't expect that this wouldn't be active at the time and that wouldn't be active at the time. So actually, what you should do, thinking, actually what you should do is not just spawn the level. You should send the level to a different object that is in charge of spawning it. Yeah. Oh, but then I want to do another sequence in between, right? Yeah. Yeah. The thing is, I'm thinking how I want to do that sequence. See, the thing is, before it actually loads a level, I want the game to show. I want to just kind of show the mechanic of the game. So, no, actually, I don't think I really want to do that. I think it might be better to just spawn the level directly. And then show the mouse, right, in the middle of the screen, heading to the place where it should be. Yeah, I think that's definitely what I want. So in that case, I'm gonna need to do a couple of changes, but that doesn't matter. Okay, so there's gonna be a sequence that loads the levels, right? And that sequence is going to be and that sequence is going to be just kind of thinking. That sequence is going to be going to load. Yeah, it's going to pass the level that it wants to load to a different game object that is going to hold that level and trigger a sequence. And that sequence is going to coordinate when the level gets actually loaded, which is going to be after every other game object in the menu disappears. So that means that I'm going to have to do this. Yeah, okay, that's how it's going to work as a whole. But for right now, yeah, I'm going to need a new sequence. So we're going to create a sequence, but it's going to be empty for now, right? So it's going to be the load level sequence. It's going to have its own timeline right here, like all the others. I'm going to go into timeline here, load level timeline playable, right? And it's going to also have a component that it's going to be the script level. The script level spawner, yeah. Yeah, it's going to have this. The level 2 spawn is just going to be none because that's going to be set by each of these buttons, which means that the level spawner actually should be a singleton instance so that everybody can reference it without having to create explicit references. They're going to be prefabs, so I can create specific references, explicit references to a thing that is loaded from a thing that isn't. So then, yeah, just make it a singleton instance, like all the other shit, which is just this. Like this. And then, when you run the spawn level, you're going to instantiate that thing. And since it's public, everybody can just do the thing. So level spawner. And And then we're going to take this button. And yeah, we're going to have this button. We're going to need another script, and that's going to be a level sender, because I don't think that I can just send it from here. And even if I could, I can't just access these and change them on runtime. So we're just going to have another script that is going to be a level sender. That's what that's going to be. And the level sender is going to be in charge of interfacing with the level spawner and just telling it which level it should spawn and then trigger it. So level sender. So then this level sender is going to hold game object public game object level to send, and then we're going to have a function called public void send level. And so that function, what it's going to do is it's going to go into script level spawner point instance and change its level to spawn to the level that we're going to send it, and that effectively sends that level to the level spawner, and then the level spawner is going to do what to spawn it, but it's not going to spawn it yet because the button is only going to be in charge of triggering the sequence and sending the level. And then the sequence itself is the one that's going to be spawning the level. And that is so that I can spawn it on a delay without having to rely on the buttons to do that. You are going to, on click, you're going to do two things. First, first of all, you're going to need the script that tells you how to send that level, so the level sender. And just as a test, let's give you the test level. This. No, not like that. What am I thinking? No, the level sender, but you're going to have this. And then level sender. Then, did I not make it? No, there it is. Send the level. And then trigger the sequence. So then that sequence is going to be in charge of coordinating everything. So it's going to despawn all the buttons that are already there. It's going to spawn all the cloud puffs that make that happen. It's going to then spawn the level. And yeah, and it's going to just time all that really pretty. Right? So then, this button needs another graphic. No, it doesn't. It needs to have this as white. Yeah, it needs to have this as like 220. Then when you hover it, it's 255. And when you click it, it's just gray. That's how it's gotta be. That's just how it makes sense. Yeah, it sent the level. It should have, right? So then this should have a field instead of empty. Yeah, okay. So the level is successfully sent, and now we know that that's going to work on it, right? So now this button can be made a prefab, because all of these things, they don't rely on anything. This one does. Ooh, that one does. That's an issue. We can put it in the level sender. We can say that the level sender also triggers the sequence. So the level sender, and then and then since the level spawner is going to need a director. So how do I reference that then? I'm pretty sure that I did that in the other game, in Fuga. So let's look for that script. Fuga, alert awareness, audio layer, enemy, reset, will select, player forward. It's probably player forward. So basically when the player runs, when the player lights, no, it's not player forward. Maybe player detect, player color, player animation hookup, patrol target, pass collision, kill collision. Collisions? Over script. Nope. Oh, but it's game over. It's for sure game over. Yeah, there you go. It's Unity Engine playables. Then I'm gonna need a variable of type, label director. And this is just the sequence. I'm gonna call it sequence because it's the sequence that we want to play. Right. So, I'm having a lot of fun today. Right, and then I have to actually make sure to play it, right, don't I? I can't just reference it and then do nothing with it. That doesn't work. That doesn't work. So then, first of all, you... Yeah. So first you send that level, and then you script level spawner instance sequence, right? I think sequence, yeah, sequence. Tell it to play, and it will do so. So yeah, and then we just gotta make sure that this is set, and this is going to be set by other scripts, so it's fine that this isn't. So then that should work, right? And it should have played it. We don't see anything because that's empty for now, but that's fine. Okay, so now nothing is referencing something that is outside of itself. So that means that we can prefab. Well, actually, set this to none. We'll worry about that one later. And then we're gonna have this. Actually, no, these are all UI stuff, so let's just put it here. And now this has, if everything is right, no overrides. So that means that I didn't reference something that couldn't be referenced from here, because it's not having to be overridden in order to work. Okay. So now, the thing that I want is this level button spawner to take this prefab, this button, and spawn a whole bunch of them, and spawn specifically one per level. Right? And so, first of all, the level button spawner is going to need a way to position all of those little buttons in a grid in a way that makes sense, right? So they don't have to go off of the screen. That can be done easily by just having this grid layout group thing. So start corner. Yeah, so cell size is 100 by 100. Spacing should be... Yep. So start corner upper left, start axis horizontal, child alignment. Yeah, that's what we want. So this rect transform should actually be a canvas, shouldn't it? Yeah, it should. Okay. So then we're going to create a UI canvas. And so the point of making this a canvas is that I can make sure that it is the... No, I can't. That's odd. Why can't I? No, you are inside of my menu. Yeah, there you go. That's what I want. So yeah, because I want you to take specifically this space, right? And actually probably this space so that you don't overlap the return button, and this so that you don't steer too close to the edge. And so this canvas now, since it has a boundary, right, it can have this grid layout group. Now, these buttons being inside of it are going to be positioned in a way that makes sense. So let's say that I have just an obscene amount, right? Just 83 of them. Just to test that this is going to work. So first of all, padding from the left. No, actually, if that's the case, then I want you to do this. Do 0. Cell size. Make it right. Okay, so make it 100 by 100. Make the spacing this on the horizontal, this on the vertical, and that way all of those squiggles just look nice. And then constraint, fixed column count, fixed row count, flexible, yep, child alignment, center, middle center. That works. And you're not resizing. That is an issue. How do I make you resize? I know that there is a way, right? But just dynamically resize, because right now it's just doing this cell size thing, and it will squash them if they're. But it's not going to do that just because there are too many. It's just going to do that when I tell it to. That's not ideal. That's weird because I know that the vertical and horizontal layout element. Layout. Medium width. Maximum width height. Preferred width, preferred height. Oh, hold on. Hold on. I think I'm realizing how this is supposed to work. I think that this button needs to have that layout element variable, and that's what's going to make it work. Not sure. I think. Yeah, because now all of these have that layout element. Now if I go to this button and I tell it ignore layout, yeah, it's just going to... Now none of those buttons care where the layout is. So they're just going to place themselves wherever they want. The minimum width... Right, don't worry about that. Layout priority... Yeah, all of them 1. They're going to be just in the order that they were created. Flexible width. Flexible height. Preferred width and height. And then you start axis, yeah, on the horizontal spacing. Yeah, it's not going to give me the spacing that I want, is it? Okay, time to go to Google. Grid layout group resize. Grid layout group resize. How to expand grid layout group? Auto? No, that's not a real thing. What the hell? Okay, so first of all, this is not doing me any favors. Just remove it. Second, because see, here's the issue. Remove that component. Horizontal layout group. Horizontal layout group has that feature. right? It has this use child scale, use height, right? It has control the width, and that'll just make them all thinner, right? The issue is, obviously, that doesn't quite work because there's 87 of them, and I can't put them in rows and piles of rows. But the horizontal layout group has that feature, so why doesn't the grid layout group? That's the thing that's odd. Grid? I don't think this is what I want, man. Why does everything look odd all of a sudden? Oh, fuck's sake, what did I do? Where's the grid? Okay, whatever. Grid information. That's definitely not what I want. Grid layout group. Right? This does what I want. It does it on 2 axes, but it doesn't resize the elements, which is what I want. So, could I put a horizontal layout group and have it only do that? Horizontal layout group. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I thought. Flexible, fixed column count, fixed row count. No, that doesn't work. This is the ideal spacing. This is the ideal size. Just like this. Right? Okay. Maybe I could just leave it like this. Just make this the size. Actually, let's make it 75 and 75, right? And just give them less spacing on the Y so that they're a bit more squeezed together, but still like very obviously distinct. So like give it some of this, right? So then how many do you fit? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I could just do this. So that is 8, 16, 32. 32 plus 16, that is 48. So 48 levels. I have space for 48 levels. And then if I need more, I guess I will just die, right? I guess I could implement something for new pages if I had that many levels, but I don't expect that would happen, right? Maybe 75 doesn't work. Maybe I want 7550. Yeah, okay. That's an obscene enough amount of levels that I'm fine with just leaving it like that. That is how many? 63. Okay, that's a good enough amount of levels that I'm fine just leaving it like that. Because I'm not gonna make that many levels, right? So then, okay. So then, just by having this little element here, I know that I can just instantiate buttons and they're going to appear in the right position, right? So like, just create one, it's going to appear there. I don't need to do anything else. So then this is going to be the level buttons spawner, right? And so this level button spawner is going to, I need to go to the restroom again because I've been drinking a lot of water because I'm sick, which means that I need to pee every fucking half hour, which is annoying because I'm really warm under this blanket. But Gotta drink water. Gotta stay healthy. Alright, back we are. So, now I'm at the state where I know that this guy can just spawn buttons inside of itself and they're going to work, right? Each of these, if these references are correctly set, then they're going to know what they're doing. So, what I want to do then is to spawn all the button levels. So, this guy is going to have a script that is going to spawn the button levels. Did I make a script for that already? Check a pattern, click counter, color copy. Okay, I will have it open if that was the thing. Level sender, level spawner, yes, level generator, enable state, wait, spawn random bots. Okay, so yeah. And then we're going to C# script, we're gonna call script spawn level list. Right? So this is going to have a couple of things. First of all, and most obvious, it is going to have need a reference, and I'm going to be really orderly here because I'm already sensing that this is going to need a lot of stuff. References is going to need a reference to the button that we made. So public game object button prefab, right? And so it's going to also need a reference to the first level. So public game object first level, because that's the level that it's going to check in order to be able to find all the next levels. So first, let's just do a really simple thing just to check that the thing that I want to do is even possible. It should be. I can't think of any reason why it wouldn't be. So context menu, so that we can check it from the right button, from the little three dots button. Context menu, debug, and then we're going to do public void debug And what it's going to do, it's going to go into first level point get component. It's going to get the component of type what's a component that the level generator? No, it wouldn't be level generator. That's not the one that I want. It's color system. Yep. Script color system. It's not highlighting the. Oh, there it is. Okay. Script color system, and I want you to print that to the console so that I can check whether you are able to get it. Debug point log, all that. Just really simple, not doing anything for now. Script level is debug is a method. It is not about in the. But what really? Oh yeah, because people vary. I'm just stepping on the toes of a function that's a name that already exists, right? Okay, so this level button spawner is going to need a reference to that script. It's going to need to have that as a component, so it's going to be the script well position with timer when collector random sprite spawn random pub spawn level list, right? Let's not give it a button for now. We don't care that much. Just give it a field. Right, and then we're going to debug. Yes, it can get it. Okay, can you get the specific colors though? So debug color system. Find me the color system script so that I can check it out. Resources. No, not resources. Scripts. Color system. And just background. Just give me the background. Should be a color that's kind of red, but like printed in numbers. It's not gonna show me the color, right? I just know that it's kind of red. 2.61, that's red, green and blue, and that's transparency, and red is the highest one, so that is the correct color. Okay, so that can be done then. Okay, good. So that means that I can get components from an object that it is a prefab, and that's not an issue, right? So that means that I can do the rest. So we're going to have a function. This is a public function that is going to be returning nothing. Is going to be spawn the list, right? And so what you do is you take the first level. Yeah, we're gonna have a game object variable that is going to be the current levels, the current button that is spawning. So currently spawning. It's going to be the first level for first level. And there you go. Then while, and here we have to be careful because we're doing a while loop, which means that if we're not careful, we can hang forever. So we have to make sure to properly exit from it. So while currently spawning isn't null, you're going to do the following, right? Then, first of all, instantiate a button. So instantiate the button prefab at vector 0 at quaternion with rotation quaternion identity. So that's rotation 0 identity with and the important part, the parent has to be this object. because this object is the one that is going to place it in the right place so long as it is child. That is the grid layout component that we added. So we have spawned the button and the button is in the right position. Now we have to make that button the right color. First of all, we have to count. So we're going to need to give that button the right number. So int I equals, I started at 0 just for common nomenclature, but the first thing that we're going to do is do I++. Right? I++. And that is the spawned button. So game object spawned button equals the result of that instantiation. So now we have a reference to that button in there, in that variable. So in that spawned button, the first thing that we want to do is take that the text and change it to be that number, to be I, right? So we do button. Yeah, so we're gonna have to reference the text number. So we're gonna have to find the text, right? Now we can just get component in children. So spawned button point get component in children of type TM Pro, right? So using TM Pro of type yeah, I know that I used this in this project somewhere before, so we're going to find it. Record probably, that's it, record tracker. Yeah, TM Pro, and the variable is TMT text. That's the type. So I'm going to find in the children a variable of type TMP text. That is going to be the text of the child. And we want to save it. So TMP text component is going to be equal to what we get from that. So then on that text component, we want to do two things. Text component, we want to first of all tell it your text should be changed from that 0 that we had before to I. But the problem is that I is a number, so we have to change it to string. So string I. I think that conversion works. Then the other thing that we want to do is change the color of that text, so the vertex color. Now I'm not sure how exactly you access that. So TMP text Unity just component reference or whatever. Class TMP text. Yep. There it is. Okay, so TMP text has check pattern required, large negative float, large negative int, large negative vector 2, large positive float, large positive int, large positive vector 2, action stack, attribute parameter values, auto size, baseline, cached ellipsis, text elements, cached underline, char buffer, character count, character spacing, character width, color gradient stack, color stack. No, I don't think that's what it is. C spacing, current font asset, current font size, current material index, current sprite asset, default sprite asset, enable also size. Okay, I could just control F color instead of reading all of them one by one. Can't I? 203 matches. Oh, jeez. Color gradient preset. Color gradient stack, color gradient stack, color gradient, color stack, color stack. Color 32? What is that, sorry? No, that's just color stack. Okay. Base color. Sorry, is that it? No, that one's protected, so that can't be it. Font color. Also protected. Font color 32. Font color gradient. Font color gradient preset. Font color gradient. Highlight color. HTML color. Outline color. Outline, override HTML color, sprite color. Oh. Are all of these protected actually? Point color? No, there's nothing called point color. Okay, no. Okay, let's just say xcomp point color is going to be equal to yep. Okay, so first of all, we're going to want to reference to the currently spawning level because I want those colors. So we're going to need a reference to the currently spawning level color system. So script color system color lister equals script equals currently spawning point get component. The component we're going to get is of type script color system, and we get that. And so from this color lister, we want to take the background color. No. For this, it's gotta be the highlight color. Actually, does highlight work? Yeah. It's gotta be highlight. So we want to take the highlight color, and then text component, and then and then we want to grab the image component of the button. So we want to take the spawns button point get component. The component that we want to get is called image. But how do you reference that? Right, I know that is in another script that I made. It's in UI random sprite. So yeah, we are going to need this, and we are going to it's right here. Yeah, it's just image. So image, get the component of type image, and on that component I want you to take the color. Is it just called color? Probably color, and make it the color lister point highlight, and make it the color lister point background, right? Color lister point background, yeah, that's the one right here. And so that's going to make the buttons have the color. Each button is going to have the color of the level that it represents. So then, I'm not expecting these two lines to work. This one maybe, but this one definitely not. And then, right, before we do the while loop again, because if we do it that way, we're going to be spawning just every button for this level. We have to find the next level. After we've done changing all the variables that correspond to this button, we need to change the currently spawning to be the next level. So currently spawning is going to be equal to the first levels get component script level generator, and within the level generator it's going to be the one that is called next, I think. So level generator right here going to be the one that's called next level. And there is a possibility that this is null, and if this is null, we get off of the while loop. So that's great, right? But the one caveat is that we do have to make sure that there is one null in the chain. If the chain loops, then it's going to hang forever. So then, save this. Can't convert a type int to string. Yes, okay. So that's an error that I expected. Quaternion does not contain a definition for identity. Okay, that's... Yeah, okay, that's fine because it's identity lowercase. So it's I can't just do an implicit conversion here, but I do think that you can just do there's a function that will do it. So C# int to string. How to do Oh my god, Stack Overflow, kill yourself, honestly. God damn, why? Why are people assholes? Look at this. Okay, let me show you. Let me shame somebody for a little bit, right? Look at this. Right? So look at this. So this guy says, how can I convert an int data type into a string data type in C#? Right? Very easy question. It's just you have an int, you want to make it a string. How to, right? This is the first answer. String, my string, equals my int to string. That works. This is just yeah, this is your int data type, right? You run a toString function with I assume just an anonymous callback here. So this is actually just running my int. This is just running toString with first parameter being my int. That's what I would assume. And this function will receive a string and convert it, receive an int and convert it to a string, and then you store that into this new variable, right? Look at this. My problem with this is that you lose type safety. My int could be anything. Nothing here says take an integer and convert it to a string. Like, shut up, dude. Nothing here says take an integer and convert it to a string. What do you mean? Take an integer, convert it to a string. What the fuck are you talking about? Okay, so the toString function can take things that aren't integers, but it also converts integers to strings. Right? That's known at compile time, but it wouldn't even raise a runtime exception. It would just allow bad data. No, it wouldn't. But how does that relate to the question at all? Okay, so I get the complaint, right? I get the complaint that this guy is saying. I get why he doesn't like it. But he's a fucking idiot, right? Because he's complaining about something that isn't relevant to the question. So basically, let me give you an equivalent here if you don't understand code, right? Somebody has asked, hey, somebody has asked in the kitchen, right? Hey, which tool should I use to stir this soup, right? Because they're a beginner, because this is a very beginner question, right? This is an extremely beginner question. This is a question that you wouldn't really ask if you knew where to find it. This is an extremely beginner question, right? It's just, hey, what's the function that does this, right? So somebody has asked an extremely beginner question. Hey, I'm in the kitchen, there's this soup, I see like a rack of 25 different types of ladles, and I don't know if there's a reason why I should be using one over the others. How do I stir this fucking soup? Right? And then somebody comes along and says, oh, you can use any spoon. It really doesn't matter, right? So long as it stirs. Maybe you want to use a bigger one, right? And this guy is saying, well, actually, that spoon, here comes this idiot, right? Being like, well, actually, that spoon could be used to stir more than just a soup. That spoon could be used for many things. So actually, this is not answering the question, because he wanted to know how to specifically stir a soup. And so, you get what I'm saying? Am I insane in thinking that this guy is really stupid? Or not that this guy is really stupid. Maybe he's smart. But like, am I insane in thinking that this is a dumb response? It's just... Just shut up. It doesn't have any relevance to anything at all. What? So because this method can be used to convert things that aren't strings, then it is all of a sudden not answering the question of how to convert an int. No, this is how you convert an int. You can convert an int here. That's an edge case. Yeah, everybody else is just piling on this guy because it's stupid. And then this guy, it is not a valid edge case. It's not even an edge case in this situation. The OP stated he had an int type. He wanted to. Yeah, this guy is saying that. It's saying what I'm thinking. If it is an int type, then the value is an int. The compiler will ensure that this is the case. Not even sure how you went off on that tangent. Yeah. No, hold on. ng polymorph. This is another thing. What are you responding to? Is that his username? The people in Stack Overflow. Okay, that's beside the point. We're not here to. As fun as it is, we're not here to shit on Stack Overflow. Fucking hell, I forgot to copy that. I just closed the page and I forgot the name of the function. Didn't copy it. There you go. It's like this. Stack Overflow, man. Just screw it. Just don't. I mean, do trust it. Because people. Such a pain in the ass. Programmers. I hate programmers, right? I hate programmers so much. Or rather, the attitudes that proliferate within their the circles where they hang around, right? They always have this attitude of just everything must be exactly the way, right? Because they read a book about good practices once and it became their Bible, right? Which I'm not even denying that they're good practices, but it's just they follow them to the point of unpracticality. Because that's the thing about dogma, right? And about rules and such. The thing that many people fail to understand, and this goes for programming as much as it does for art, is that those rules always exist for a reason. So once you know the reason, then you know when they don't apply. Because there's always going to be places where they don't apply, unless you're talking about mathematics. And even then, right? What was I talking about? Okay, so this compiles, right? And so this should be all the process that I have. So now let's just make sure that I can run this from the context menu so that I can test it. And then also another consideration that we're going to have, and this is very important. 1 second. Okay. It's very important. It's going to be, we're going to need to make super duper duper sure that this is not going to lead us to an endless loop. Because if it does, then Unity is going to crash and I'm going to lose all my progress. So, first of all, give it the button. But second of all, make sure that on the levels, they don't lead me to an endless loop. So, this level references this level, and this level references that level. That cannot be. That we have to get rid of. So now we have an empty, so then it's going to escape the loop, the while loop. Because otherwise it would keep generating buttons, but it would never end, because there will always be a next level, right? Just in case, I'm going to also say, just in case, I am also going to save the scene, just save everything, just make really sure. Okay, so spawn level list, yep, spawn them. I made super duper sure that it wouldn't hang. Or rather, that it wouldn't hang because of that. Oh, fucking hell! Yeah. But I made it to the first level. I made it get the next level from the first level. The first level always has a next level. It's gotta get it from the currently spawning. Oh my god. After I made sure and everything too. Okay, it's fine. Luckily, I thought to save my progress. The Unity's just hanging now, so it's just going to. I'm gonna have to force quit it. This is where you gotta be careful with while loops, man. Let's see. I want you to close the Unity editor, please. Enter task, yes. Now open Project Cogwheel. I hope that doesn't result in any errors. It shouldn't, right? Because everything saves and compiles before. It's not like it crashed mid-compile, right? Everything saves and compiles mid-execution. So it should be fine. Or rather, everything, I said it wrong, but I know what I meant. Everything saves and compiles before the execution happens, so any crash that happens mid-execution shouldn't corrupt data or anything, you know? Okay, so now the change that it is just this, right? Save it, compile it, and let's try again. So now we go to this main menu, we have this level button spawner. We should see 2 buttons spawn. Yeah, okay. Now the issue is that this, in this case the highlight color is too similar. But, I mean, that's something that should be fixed from within the level. It worked, man! It fucking worked! Okay, these probably are not going to load the level. Right, they don't. Which makes sense, right? So now, this spawn level list is going to need a way to get rid of all of its buttons and spawn a puff of clouds when that happens. This is purely so that I don't have to do a weird thing from the level load sequence, but rather so that it'll be handled from here. So that's easy enough. So we're going to do. Going to need another function that is public void kill buttons. And so what it's going to do is we're going to need to get all the children of this game object, right? So get children of a game object. I can't believe that worked. Well, it's not really the first time, is it? First try, but it got really close. Okay, how to find child of game? No, that's not what I want. Get children. Okay, transform. Get child. There's probably get children somewhere. Transform. Get children. I'm looking up. No, really? There's no one that will give me all the children. Rotate, look at is child of inverse transform back. Okay, well, but if I can get all the children by index, then I can just get the children 0 until there's not any more. If the transform is no child of the index argument, then an error will be generated. Oh well, I can use child count in that case. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Okay. So then, I know what to do. So then, while, yes, we're gonna do another while loop. Since the first one wasn't already an issue. It's fine, it's fine. I didn't lose any progress, so actually that means that I'm on the right track. It means that I can do this, that I can trust myself to be careful enough with this. So, while transform point child count is different at 0. If it is different than 0, then that means that we are going to be able to do transform get child, index 0, and always get a child. So transform point get child index 0. And this is the one that we're going to destroy, so we're going to do game object to destroy. But before we destroy it, we do want to instantiate something. We want to instantiate a cloud, right? So public game object puff, and then we want to instantiate a puff on that position. So instantiate puff on position to destroy point. Does to destroy actually does get child return and transform? Yes, it does. Okay, so this shouldn't be a game object then. It should be a transform type. And then to destroy point position, and then quaternion identity, right? Quaternion identity, and then after that is instantiated, now we can destroy the transform. So destroy to destroy point game object, because we don't want to destroy just the transform. Although I'm pretty sure that I think that destroying the transform destroys the game object. I'm not sure though, so let's be sure. And then keep doing that until the count equals 0. And let's also make this context menu thing so that we can test it. Destroy buttons, and this should work. So then we have to feed this guy the puff of smoke. So off right here, and then it should just straight up work, right? So what we want is I click here, spawn the buttons, it spawned them, destroy the buttons. It hung again. Yep. Why though? I'm destroying it. Does the destroy happen on the next update? That would make sense. Yeah, if to destroy happens on the if destroy happens on the next update, then this is going to keep happening and it's never going to reach an update because it's going to keep trying to do this. Oh boy. Okay. Well, I to do Control-Alt-Delete again. Yeah, unit. Oh, it just ended by itself. Okay, that's good. No, it didn't. What did I think it did? What do you see when I go into that window, actually? Just out of curiosity. I'm gonna have to check the VOD later. Unity Hub? No, that's not the one I want. I want Unity. Where the fuck is Unity? Discord, Firefox, Task Manager. What? No, don't destroy the Unity Hub. I want the Unity Editor. Oh boy, just end the task. Fucking hell. It's a bit clearer if I write it like that. Okay. Just waiting for it to start up. Okay, I probably didn't lose any progress, that's important. Yeah, literally all I lost is this reference, okay. So, prefab, we want to do puffs, this one right here, this one right here. And then we have to fix this, okay, so, transform child count. Well, if the story only happens on the next update, then we can get away with just doing a for loop. So let's do for int I equals 0, so long as I is smaller than transform point child count, increasing I by 1 every time. You do get the object to destroy is going to be the one on position I. This is going to be the one on position I, and do all that. Okay, let's see if it works. Actually, let's save the scene first, and then see if it works. Okay. So, spawn the buttons, that bit works, destroy the buttons. Okay, so you did it, but you didn't spawn the thing, so which is odd. Spawn the buttons again, please. Pause. And destroy the buttons. Where are you? You're right there, but I can't see you. Why may that be? On the buttons. Destroy the buttons. Play. They are there, but they're not visible for some reason. Spawn the buttons, pause, destroy the buttons. They should be visible here. So, like, what's the deal? What's the meme? You are appearing exactly there. You are the child of... You're not child of the main menu. So if I put you there, are you visible then? Yeah, you are. Okay, so I gotta make sure that they are child of the main menu, which is fine because that's just the transform point parent. So, transform point parent. That's the parent of this object. So, you know. And then we try again. And now it shouldn't work. Now it should really work. On the buttons? Yep. Destroy the buttons. Okay. Yeah, that works. It's doing the thing that it was doing with the other one, which was only a problem when I executed it from here. So I'm going to assume that it's not going to be a problem if I don't. Like, you know, if I do this, yeah, then it works. Okay, I'm going to assume that it's only an issue when I execute it from here for some reason. Okay, so that means that it has those useful functions. So if those functions work, then I can start playing around with those. So first of all, actually, one other thing. When you create each button, you should probably also create a cloud of smoke, right? So a spawned button. Yeah. So this is the spawned button. Once you spawn the button, I want you to also create a puff in the spawned button position with quaternion identity with the transform of your parent. And then that's just gonna make it look prettier. Game object does not contain definition for position. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh, yeah, because spawn button point transform. Because in this case, the button is a game object, not its transform. You spawn them over there. What's going on? Oh, yeah. Because this is before they have a chance to be repositioned by the grid object manager, isn't it? So they just spawned in position 0. How could I grab them after? I guess I could just not. But that feels a bit shitty. That feels a bit low work ethic, doesn't it? I could save them. Yeah, I could just spawn those paths on the update function. So yeah, just set a boolean, right? So bool paths to spawn, right? And it's false usually. And then, but whenever this is called, just set that variable to true, equals true, and then go into the update function, public update, and if paths to spawn, then you set that path to spawn to, you set that variable to false, and then you go over all of the children that you currently have. Hold on, I'm remembering something. I want them to spawn one after the other. So I don't want them all to spawn at the same time, actually. Yeah, I don't want them to spawn all at the same time, do I? So in that case, I'm gonna need a timer. Okay, yeah, we're gonna need to do that. So forget about this. Public public timer. Time between spawns. Time between spawns, and then we're gonna need a just float. Oh yeah, this is supposed to be on type float, isn't it? Float. The timer equals -1. -1. This is a float. Then if timer, actually just make it 0, right? Then we're gonna use a boolean to set. So bool spawning equals false. So here we're gonna do spawning equals true, and forget about this variable. We're not going to do accuracy. So spawning equals true, and then we're going to need this to be a global variable. So game object currently spawning equals null. And then yeah, currently spawning is going to be equal to the first level. I'm gonna do int count is gonna be start at 0. Then we're gonna do count. Right. Yeah, we're going to need to move a bunch of stuff to another function that is going to be spawn a single button, right? So public void spawn button. Yeah, spawn button. I'm just going to do game object to spawn. Yes, to spawn. And so this function is going to be called with that first level. So it's going to be spawn the first button, right? So spawn button with the currently spawning. And this is going to return us the next one to spawn. So then to currently spawning equals the result of that. So actually, rather than that, we're just going to send it to first level, and we're going to do it like that. So this is going to return a game object. And so the way that this is going to work is that this is just going to do all this. So if to spawn equals null, then return null. Just make sure that it doesn't crash when you're being given nothing to spawn, right? Otherwise, we're going to have to spawn the thing. So we're going to need game object spawned button. We're going to need a game object spawned button that is going to be the result of instantiating this button prefab onto vector3 0 into quaternion identity with the transform. With the current transform as parent, yeah, that's important, right? We are going to need to increase I. We're going to need to increase the count by 1. Actually, if the we're going to need to increase the count by 1. The count plus. Because it was given as 0, so now it's going to be plus plus. And we want the color lister. We're going to make that. We're going to get the text component. We're going to change the text to be the count. So count to string. The color lister highlight is going to be the color. The spawn button is going to be the image point color. Yeah, so the color of the image of that spawn button is going to be the color lister's background. And currently spawning, yeah, right. This is the one that we want to change. So here, let's just return that. And then this guy is going to, whoever calls it is going to be in charge of doing that, right? And this doesn't need to be public. So then, after currently spawning, it's going to set the timer to the time between spawns, and then we're going to wait that time before spawning the next one, right? So then time, so yeah, we're going to take the timer and we're going to subtract from it time point delta time. Yeah, and this is only going to happen if currently spawning is not null. So if currently spawning is not equal to null, if it does equal null, then just exit out of this. We don't want to do anything. If currently spawning is equal to null, then return. Otherwise, subtract from the timer delta time, and then if timer is smaller or equal to 0, then we're going to have to do the whole thing again. So then in that case, do timer plus equals time between spawns, then spawn the button, then yeah, do the same thing. So currently spawning equals spawn the button, right? Then eventually currently spawning is going to be null, and so it's not going to do this, so it's going to stop spawning shell, right? Yeah, that should make it so that I can spawn all the little buttons, the same as I was before, but except on a timer, right? Method must have a return type that is in 39. So yeah, public void update. Game object cannot be found, that is in 26. Probably should read it with an uppercase. Oh, 26? Oh, yeah, it's this. Apple line, that's what I meant to say. Only assignment call increment or wait to new objects. Okay, so that is in 41. What's the issue? Oh, yeah, it's minus equals. Spawning is assigned, but its value is never used. Oh, it turns out I didn't need that. Oh, okay. Turns out I didn't need that bow. That's neat. Oh no, I actually do kind of need it though. Yeah, if currently spawning equals null. Yeah. If currently spawning equals null, then set spawning to false. Spawning to false, and then just make sure that that's the one that we're checking, since that's its whole purpose. The result of the expression is always false since the value of type ball is never equal to null. Did I just... yeah, this is false. There you go. Okay. So, spawn the buttons. Okay. So first of all, spawn level list. Let's make sure that the time between spawns is 0.3. Second of all, object reference set to this is what spawn level list 30. Spawn level list 30 is here. Color lister equals currently spawning. Currently spawning. Oh yeah, don't do currently spawning. Do get component to spawn. Since you're being given it. So. You're doing the first level over and over again. I can tell because of the color. So the next one is somehow not being correctly transplanted. So you're returning and you're saying currently spawning spawn first level. Right, because I'm giving you first level every time. Same mistake as last time. Jesus. You think I would learn, right? Yes, but that was very quick. Let's say that I make it 0.5. Just to exaggerate it. I mean, I would want 0.3, but... Yeah, okay. You can tell the difference. Okay, so now I want the cloud of smoke to appear. So... I could just spawn the cloud of smoke on every button, actually. Wouldn't that be better? Yeah, because then I can just... No, because then the clouds of smoke are not going to work correctly, are they? Yeah, no, I have to spawn them. Okay, I'm gonna go to the restroom again. Sure it's happening often, huh? Fucking hell. I don't usually go for more than 4 hours. But I'll finish this if it kills me. I mean, I'm just I just feel like I have a good endpoint in mind, right? So let's keep going with that. So the thing, the spawning works, but the issue is that now I needed to spawn little puffs of smoke, right? And that is giving me trouble because if I spawn them when I spawn the button at the same position, then they are going to just not spawn well, right? Because it's going to because it is going to because when you spawn the button, it's spawned the position 0, and then it gets repositioned by the thing. So I'll need to spawn them at the position at the bottom, but catch that position after the other component repositions it. Or I could have 68 spawners lined up on the scene ready to go and just trigger them from the thing. And just have them at the right place, right? Because I know where that's going to be. That feels like such a bad solution, though. I mean, I'm going to do that if I can't think of something else that will work. Okay, so, in my mind, I think that delaying the spawning of the puff for 1 frame should be enough. I don't think that the repositioner, the grid layout component, is going to miss a frame, right? I don't think that's possible. So in that case, all you need to do is store that button and just run it on the next update, right? So then when you spawn the button, I should have that button, place that button into a global variable. So let's do that. Game object spawned button, right? Equals something. Equals null. It starts as null. And so here you're going to save that button into here. And then if update finds a spawned button and this is going to happen on the next update, right? So it has to happen at the beginning of update actually. If spawned button exists, like at all, right? So if spawned button doesn't equal null, then spawn the cloud puff at its position. So first of all, make spawned button null at the end of this. Remember that, so that we don't spawn infinite cloud puffs. But spawn the cloud puff at the spawn button point transform point position with quaternion identity with transform my parent, the parent of this game object. And that should do it. God, it's gonna take so long to upload this VOD to YouTube just because of how long it is. Actually, it's not gonna take that long. Could be worse. I could have to render this, right? That should do it. That should work for that. And then all I need to do is the sequence when I load a level and make sure that it works, right? So spawn the buttons. That worked. That worked very well. Okay, so next thing, another just an edge case. When you are told to destroy the buttons before you're done spawning them, the very first thing you should do is make sure that we stop the spawning process. So, in order to do that, there are 2 things that need to happen. First of all, we have to set the spawning variable as false. But then also, we need to set the currently spawning thing as null. This is so that next time when we initialize it, we know what this is. I think this one might not be necessary actually, but just to be sure, I know that nothing can be broken by doing this. So, there you go. Now I'm not going to be able to test it because I don't have enough levels to do that, but, you know. Actually, I could test it by making it a cycle, but I'm not gonna, because it's not that important. So then, now we have all the functions that this is going to need in order to be able to be used. So then, I wanted, first thing that we're going to need to be doing. When we take the sequences. When we click the play button, you're going to spawn those cloud puffs, you're going to disappear the X, you're going to move the green arrow to the consumer, you're going to disappear the green arrow, right? And then you're going to spawn those things. As you spawn that, I also want you to start spawning the buttons. So it is here that I make a signal track for that level button spawner. Yes, I do want you to create a signal receiver. Now this level button spawner with this signal receiver, when it receives the activate, we're gonna call it the activate. When it receives the activate signal, it is going to tell its spawn level list to do the thing that I've been doing. So spawn the buttons, spawn the list. Then this back button, when it is pressed, the first thing that it is going to do is it is going to do similarly, grab the signal track, grab the signal receiver for this level button spawner, and it's going to tell it to stop. Actually, I think I forgot to add the signal. I just added the track on the other one. So it should be play, yeah, right here. And here, add the signal emitter, and the signal is activate. And then here, you're going to do the signal stop. And the signal stop means that you're going to stop, quit, kill all the buttons. And that should make it. Oh, I forgot to take away the BRB screen, the BRB text. Silly me. And that should make it so that when I press this, the levels start appearing, and when I press this, the levels disappear, and then we're back to the first menu. And it works on repeat. However, I forgot to reset the variable, which is why that says 3 instead of 1. So, when you kill the buttons, you have to make sure that this count is made 0. Actually, you also have to make, it will probably help us if you also made sure of that whenever we have stopped spawning. So whenever spawning equals false, count equals 0. Okay, yep. This. Just, again, probably not necessary, but it helps. Actually, what am I thinking? It's less messy if I just put one of those whenever the count is started. So, right here, count equals 0. And then I don't have to bother anywhere else. Because that's only relevant whenever the count starts. Any other time, it doesn't matter. Alright. So, now everything works, and the only thing that we haven't done is loading the levels. That is fine. So, when you load a level, the button that you use to load the level should head to this spot, right? That should be the first thing that happens, which means that every button is going to need that component. So, oh, hold on. Hold on. Yeah, that's gonna mean that we're going to need to disable the... No, not necessarily. Not necessarily. Oh, no, but if we... Yep, that's not gonna work. Okay, yeah, sorry, I'm just running through the possibilities in my mind. Okay, so, first of all, every button is going to need that component that lets it move towards that position. So, we're gonna put it in the prefab. The component that we want is specifically this one. Image. Okay, specifically this world positioner. So copy the component, and then on this button, script world positioner, paste component value. Layout. Just to test something, because I'm realizing that there's something that I could make use of. If this level button spawner can have, say, just an image, right? UI image, right? Just like this. Let's say that I take this image, this red one, and I say, hey, you layout element, I want you to ignore the layout. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That just moves all the others forward. That doesn't create an empty space. So, okay, so that doesn't quite work then. Okay, so then how do I make it work? The issue is I want that thing to move to here. And when it does, I want everything else to disappear. I could... Huh. Yeah, okay. I think that could work. I'm trying to think. So this load level is going to spawn a level, but before it does that, it's going to... Yeah, I want every other button to disappear, except the one that was just clicked. The one that was just clicked must head here, right? The one that disappears must head here. So I could create a copy of it. So yeah, when these buttons are clicked, what are they doing? They're doing the send. They're doing the level sender. The level sender should also create a copy of the button that exists outside of the level button spawner. So yeah. Yeah. So it should create a copy of the button. So instantiate yeah, how do I tell you where to position yourself relative to the thing that is calling the instantiate? Instantiate, yeah, if I just instantiate the object, then the position is going to be... is default to the game object's position or rotation otherwise. So yeah. So then instantiate this game object. Don't give it position or rotation, I don't care. But your transform point, your parent should be the parent of my parent. Because my parent, so the transform point parent, is the one that holds the layout component. I want to get out of that, so I need its parent. And then on that instantiated object, And then, yeah, instantiated equals that, so transform instantiated. So on that instantiated object, get the component of type world positioner and enable it. And that's gonna make it so that it heads to that point in the thing. And the only tell that I created a copy would be an extra cloud puff that is going to appear. And I can live with that because there will be so many levels that you wouldn't notice individual puffs of clouds anyway. Convert Unity game object to Unity engine transform. Where is that? In 10? Level center 10? Instantiate, transform, instantiate. Well, I thought instantiate. Okay, so it does return the game object. That's fine. Game object. So that's even better, actually. Okay, you created and put it there. That's an issue. Shouldn't your position be the same as mine? So game object point. No, not game object. Just transform point position and then quaternion point identity. I'm getting less explanative as I'm going along because probably just because I want to be done with this, right? But because I'm trying to focus more on the coding, I guess. Which probably is a sign that I should stop, but I'm not gonna. Okay, yes. I do need to make sure, though, that color doesn't disappear. Color... Okay, hold on. How am I going to make that object disappear later? How am I going to make that object disappear after, actually? Because I needed to disappear. I needed to get away, right? I suppose I could do a timer, a kill timer, right? But that feels like a bad solution because I would want to ideally handle all of that through the sequence manager. Oh, you know what Oh, yeah. Yeah, I could just hand it to that sequence as a variable and then have it kill it. So, you know, be part of the things that are sent. So then I could do this on level. No, it's not any of these. It's this. It's this level spawner. You should also have the button to kill. Right? So level to spawn. Game object. Button to kill. Right? And then I can just have this as the level center. So script level spawner point instance point button to kill equal instantiated. And yeah, and this is purely to give this script access, because this script is on the object that has the sequence, and now the button can be accessed from the sequence. So I can just destroy it from there, and then I can adjust the timing however I want, right? So that way I can ensure that the timing is going to work out. Then the other thing that I want to do is go to that prefab and make sure that they're never that the background thing is never really invisible, because that bugs me. I don't want that. So then go here. Boop, boop. Boop, 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 boop. Okay, but the copy for some reason doesn't have that background, so what's up with that? Or did you copy just the text? Or rather, did you copy just the text? This button clone does have this. So why is it not showing? Is it because you're under the square? No, if you're under the square, then you should be up top. The color is showing. The right color. No, it absolutely is what it should be. What if I click here? No. Oh, but you know, actually this works better though. Because if just the numbers comes here, then that gives me an excuse to have the cloud pop there. Because it's like just the squiggle is disappearing, and then the number is being sent, right? I still would like to know why that happens, but sure, we can deal with that. Okay, so when you load the level, now we can finally do that sequence. Oh, that took a while. So, first thing that should happen. This level button spawner has to be sent a signal to tell it to kill all those buttons. This is the same signal that we were sending it from the other button. So it's the stop signal, and that's going to kill all the buttons and spawn those little cloud puffs. Then in half a second, that the button that you clicked is going to make its way to this box. So when it does, at that point, you have to send another signal. And this signal is going to be to the same to the same object that has the timeline, because we're going to tell this script that we want to kill that button. So kill that button is going to be we're going to need to code that. So public void kill button. The good thing is that we don't need to spawn a cloud puff, because we already have another object that will do that if we just give it the right signal. So kill button is just going to be... No, this is not the level sender. It should be in the receiver, in the level spawner. So yeah, kill button, you're gonna take the button to kill, you're going to destroy it. Couldn't be simpler. It's public, yeah? Yeah. Yep, okay. So then, now that we have that function, we can add a signal receiver. Signal receiver, and tell it, hey, when you stop, when you stop usually associated with killing, we're going to kill that button. We're going to take this level spawner, we're going to kill that button. And so now I have it here. After half a second, you're going to emit a signal, stop to yourself, and so that button is going to be killed. And at the same time, we're going to spawn the puff of smoke, so it looks like the thing does what it's supposed to do. So, signal track, add a new signal track. Add a new signal track, and we're going to add the signal meter, and the signal is going to be trigger, and the thing that is going to receive that signal is going to be the puff spawner from the box. This one right here. Oh, then also this should happen like at exactly the same time, so they should all happen in frame 30 right here. Then we also need to despawn the arrow. So we're going to do that. Add a new activation track, and this is going to be for the back arrow. Back arrow, where is it? Back button. For the back button, it's going to be right here. And right when it happens, we're also going to send another signal to spawn another pump of clouds. There's going to be the one by the quit button, because that's the one in the same position as the back arrow. So then you trigger that. Ooh, another puff of smokes. Then you wait a little bit, and it is right then that you do the sequence that I was talking about at the very beginning of the stream. So 4.5 hours ago, basically. So then we're going to activate and deactivate a couple of game objects in a certain very specific order. So first thing we're going to need to do is we're going to need to spawn the level. This is this function right here. So we're going to need another function that does that, another signal that does that. So when you trigger, this is your main function, spawn the level that you have loaded. So spawn the level. But it's going to spawn the level. So first we have to deactivate the main menu, right? That is easy. We just do an activation track. Set it to active all this time, deactivate it now, right? Then we need to activate at the same time the gameplay panels, right? The gameplay panels. So here, activate at the same time that the other is deactivated, the gameplay panels right here. That's going to make all of this stuff appear. Then, exactly 1 frame after, so that we know that we have the right time of execution, you're going to send a signal to load the level. So do the signal to, actually no, because it's here. So we can use the same track from the other. We can use this track here. A signal emitter, and trigger the loading of the level. Then, on the very next frame, to make sure again that the order of execution is correct, only then will we take the gameplay panel, will we take the input panel, and will we tell it to can move. And we don't have a function for that, but we can just do that real quick. So that's just yeah. Oh no, I already can do that. Yeah. So yeah, we just need a signal receiver then, which we already have. Oh, we already did the signals. Huh. I totally forgot. Okay, so then we can just do, then it's easier. It's way easier than I thought it would be. So then you just do this. We take the input panel. We create a signal emitter for it. We make sure that it's after, and we activate the controls. I'm gonna just put this, make this really short so that it's no longer than any longer than it needs to be. Just maybe, yeah, just like that. And that should make it so that we load a level correctly, right? That should work. It feels like that should work. Right, that's the other thing. This shouldn't trigger on low. This shouldn't play on awake. This shouldn't play it right at the beginning. That error is purely because of that, because it played before it was supposed to, so it didn't have its variable set. Right, but that's easy. Just uncheck that box. Uncheck that box that is fixed. Okay. We'll click this. Sorry, what was that? I saw something weird. Oh, okay. So load level 1, please. Okay, but it didn't load the level. The variable level sender has not been assigned. Okay. Indeed, it seems like it hasn't been assigned. So what's the deal there? Oh, yeah. Because the buttons send the level that they have assigned in a certain specific variable and they haven't set it yet. So the thing that spawns the level list should also set the variable when it spawns a button. So that is on the level sender. So that's what we do. So On the spawned button, get the component, script level sender, yeah, script level sender, and change its level to send variable. To send equals the current level that we're spawning, right? So which one is it? Yeah, it's the to spawn. It's the level to spawn. It's a bit of a misleading name actually. I probably shouldn't have called it to spawn. Because it's not the thing that we're spawning, it's the thing that we're basing what we're spawning on. Let's try again. And then there's no new level. Okay. So that works. Does it load the other level, right? It should, right? It shouldn't. It really shouldn't be difficult. It does. Oh fuck yeah, that's perfect. Okay, so the menu just works now. The menu just straight up works. There is one thing that I would want to do, and that is to not spawn buttons for levels that you shouldn't be able to reach. Basically, you shouldn't be able to see every level at the outset, right? That there should be levels that are locked. And the way that I check that a level has been completed or not can be by that record thing that I set in player prefs. So what I can do is fetch that record. If the record exists, then go ahead. If the record doesn't, then spawn this one, right? But make sure to not spawn any of the next ones. Because, you know, obviously you have to be able to complete the first level that doesn't have a record. Otherwise you're not going to be able to access the first level, right? So that's easy. That should be easy enough to do. And if I do that right now, then I'm going to be done for the day. So on the thing that spawns the level list, we are going to check. Before returning, we're going to check. We can get the... Since we're going to use it more than once, let's save it to a variable. So script level generator gen script equals to spawn get component level generator point next level, right? And then we can just use gen script to access this. So we want to check the gen script, level generator script, this one. We want to check the level name, which is level name here. Check the level name. So we want to check the gen script point level name. And we want to check if that level name has a corresponding record on the player prefs, which I don't remember how to access, but I'm pretty sure that there should be just a script that does that here. Code circle, copy, facing manager, level generator, scheduler, row index, record. Player prefs. Player prefs, delete all. That's not the one. Player prefs, get int. Here it is. Okay. So, we want to do player prefs get int. We want to use the level name that the level generator that we have just gave us. This. And we want to have max value as a default value. So, if this equals int max value, then that means that a record hasn't been set for that level. So in that case, this should be the last level to spawn a button. We've already spawned the button, so that's good. We need to make sure to not spawn the next one. How do we signal that there's no next button to be spawned? We return null. Otherwise, return the gen script next level. The generator script for the next level. Should be just that, right? And so what we should see now is that console, emission, console. Yep. And so what we should see now is that I'm going to press the F1 key, which just clears the player prefs, right? Just it's a debug function that I have set up. If I press F1, there, just pressed it. Now there should be no records, which means that the only button that should appear should be the one for the first level. Which didn't work. Did it actually erase the record though? It didn't, right? That's because the button for erasing the record only works when the record thing is on the screen, because it's assigned to that, because I didn't think that would affect anything. Okay, so now there's actually no records. Now I just pressed it. So if I pressed it, should cross my fingers, it should only spawn the first button. And you can only access level 1, and you will only be able to access level 2 when you have cleared level 1. So, spawn the level. Clear the first level. And now the second button should appear. These are saved between sessions, right? So that's why I have to assign a hotkey to delete the thing. Now it can. Oh, yeah, it works. What the fuck was that noise? Okay. So basically, what I just did was the entire main menu of the game. I didn't think I would get so far just today, but then again, I also was expecting to stop at 4 hours, so it's not like that was a particularly good performance time-wise. It was just I felt like working more. Oh, that's good progress, man. So, what do we have yet to do in this game? I'll get an end of game sequence. End of game sequence. More menus. We need to be able to return to the main menu after all. So, in game menus, return to main and all that stuff, right? Sound effects. That's very important because that's how we're going to give it the game a little bit of game feel. Sound FX. I'm gonna just keep it simple, very likely. So just gonna have like a very, chill kind of drum sound, and then just have little sound effects for every little thing. Just little notes on some random instrument. I'm not gonna complicate myself too much with that. Then level design, for which I'll need to do something special. I'm gonna need another type of block. I'm gonna need blocks, more types of blocks, particularly the ones that deviate you, the ones that make you, that I had planned, the ones that make you move that force you to move in a certain direction without necessarily a way to go back, right? Level design, I'm gonna need more types of blocks. I'm gonna need one that just turns everything around. All sorts of stuff, right? Then, if I have time, and it is very possible that I won't, a more convoluted end of level sequence. So basically, I want to despawn the blocks and spawn those little puffs of air, those little clouds, whenever a block despawns. I have them all despawn one by one, just very quickly, and then the level over appears. It wouldn't take me very long to do, but I don't want to focus on that sort of thing, because frankly, as nice as it would be to have, it's not really necessary. So I need to do the other stuff. So, with these things in mind to work on next time, that's going to be me done for today. It was a bit of a long one today, so if you were watching throughout all of that, I would like to thank you for boosting my engagement or whatever. I mean, it's not like I particularly care. I mean, nah, that sounds super thankless. What I'm saying is, I'm not trying to make a career out of this or anything. Me streaming is purely for the sake of keeping myself focused during work. Because if I'm broadcasting this, then I don't get to just goof off for half an hour and do nothing, right? While just having the Unity, having Unity open and pretend that that means that I'm working, right? That's really all that this is for me, just trying to keep myself accountable. Well, I say that, but if it really was only that, I wouldn't have made the fucking VTuber avatar, would I? So, maybe I do take some issue, maybe I do care about that a little bit more than I would like to convince myself I do. That sort of thing. Views or just that kind of thing. I mean, yeah, I probably do. I should probably start pretending like I don't. I do. Why would I be doing this if I weren't? But it's not untrue that I'm also doing this just to keep myself focused during work. Yeah. So yeah, actually, yeah, I'm just gonna say it then. Thank you for watching. I'll see you next time. I'm dumb. I put it there thinking that it said thank you for watching or end of the stream or something, but it just says bathroom break. That's stupid. Yeah. There you go. That's what I wanted to type up there. I should probably have a different text object there so that I don't have to just change the text every time. Anyway, yeah. That's it for me. Bye-bye.